Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name is Jim Hart, and I'm the Chair of the Toronto Police Service Board. Welcome to this virtual meeting of the Board. I'd now like to read the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement. Although this meeting is taking place on the phone, we acknowledge the land we're on as we make this call is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The Board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed by multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Are there any declarations of interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none and hearing none, let me proceed. I'll now turn the meeting over to the Board's Executive Director, Ryan Teschner, who will go over the meeting logistics. Ryan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hart, and thank you to everyone who has joined this call. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available at the conclusion of this meeting. On the line, we have Chair Jim Hart, Vice Chair Marie Molinar, Mayor John Tory, Councillor Michael Ford, Councillor Francis Nunziata, Member Ainsworth Morgan, and Member Lisa Kostakis, as well as members of our board office staff. On the line, we also have Interim Chief Raymer, his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be brought into the call by our colleague, Duby Kenan-Gisser. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. There are a considerable number of deputants registered to speak today, and we very much appreciate the overwhelming interest of the public in engaging with us leading up to today's meeting and in today's meeting as well. In light of the board's desire to give each speaker a fair opportunity to be heard, the board will consider a motion at the outset of the meeting to reduce the time each deputant has to make a deputation from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. In this way, it is our hope that we can facilitate a meaningful and fair consultation process, giving everyone an opportunity to speak and to be heard. Mr. Chair, I'll turn the meeting back over to you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't think we have your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. I'd like to begin by welcoming Ms. Lisa Kostakis to our board as our newest member. We're very pleased and excited to have her join us as she brings a wealth of experience in partnering with and across communities. We look forward to working with her. Ryan, I'll now ask you to please officially introduce and swear in Ms. Kostakis, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It is truly a pleasure to introduce our newest member, Ms. Lisa Kostakis, who was recently appointed to the board by the province of Ontario for a term of 3 years. Ms. Kostakis is currently the Executive Director of Albion Neighbourhood Services, an organization that offers housing, immigration, and counseling services, as well as Boys and Girls Club recreational and educational programming, based on a model for success for marginalized children and youth. Ms. Kostakis is a committed community leader who works to harness the power of the public to create meaningful partnerships and build community capacity. A graduate of York University with a degree in psychology, and a graduate of Ryerson University with a social worker degree, and a council member of the Ontario College of Social Workers and Social Service Workers, Ms. Kostakis has 30 years of experience within the nonprofit sector, working to lead organizations throughout the City of Toronto. Ms. Kostakis was also one of the founding steering committee members of the Focus, Furthering Our Community by Uniting Services Rexdale Situation Table in 2012, an innovative, collaborative, and multidisciplinary risk-driven approach to supporting individuals who are at high risk of harm or victimization. Since this table's inception, the program has expanded citywide and has seen remarkable achievement in improving community resiliency and well-being. I have no doubt that Ms. Kostakis will be a valuable addition to the board at this time as we focus on greater community capacity building, working in true dynamic partnership with communities to better meet the needs and expectations of the public. On behalf of the board and joining the chair, I want to extend a sincere welcome to Ms. Kostakis. We look forward to working with you on the important issues for us, incorporating your unique and vital perspective. And I will now administer the oath for the swearing in of Ms. Kostakis. Ms. Kostakis, if you can repeat after me, first, your oath of office. I solemnly swear that I will be loyal.
I solemnly swear that I will be loyal
To Her Majesty, the Queen, and to Canada.
to Her Majesty, the Queen, and to Canada,
And that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada.
and that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada,
And that I will, to the best of my ability,
and that I will, to the best of my ability,
discharge my duties as a member of the Toronto Police Services Board
discharge my duties as a member of the Toronto Police Services Board
faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Services Act,
faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Services Act,
any other act, and any regulation, rule, or bylaw.
any other act, any regulation, rule, or bylaw.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And second, your oath of secrecy. I solemnly swear that I will not disclose
I solemnly swear that I will not disclose
any information obtained by me
any information obtained by me
in the course of my duties
in the course of my duties
as a member of the Toronto Police Services Board,
as a member of the Toronto Police Services Board,
except as I may be authorized or required by law.
except as I may be authorized or required by law.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ms. Kostakis, again, welcome to the Toronto Police Services Board.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ryan, and welcome aboard, Ms. Kostakis. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to our former board member, Ms. Chandrasekera, for her significant contributions and her leadership role as a member of the Toronto Police Service Board. I'd like to note that ordinarily we would have had a formal plaque presentation for UPLA, but unfortunately, given the circumstances given to us by COVID-19, this wasn't possible. UPLA joined the board as provincial appointee in September 2017. The first board member with specific mental health expertise. UPLA has been instrumental in the board's work in this priority area. As co-chair of both the board's anti-racism advisory panel and the mental health and addictions advisory panel, UPLA consistently worked to bring community and policing voices together constructively to engage in meaningful dialogue and ultimately to make improvements in how police services are delivered. In addition, as co-chair of ARAP, she helped to lead the development of the board's race-based data collection analysis and public reporting policy, the first of its kind in Canada, centering the board's commitment to the elimination of racial bias and the promotion of equity, fairness, and non-discriminatory police services in Toronto. UPLA also led the efforts by developing a unique monitoring framework for the implementation of recommendations arising out of the inquest into the death of Andrew Loku, which the board will be considering today. UPLA's role on the board was a unique and powerful one, bringing both her tremendous passion and expertise and a compassionate lens through which she viewed even the most challenging, sensitive, and controversial issues. She approaches everything with drive and determination, achieving concrete results by consensus in areas of extraordinary importance, and brought community voices to the table that had not been there before. As a board, we vow to continue with this invaluable approach to inform the work that we do. Her contribution was incredible, and there's no doubt her legacy will positively impact the board's work as we continue to move forward. On behalf of the board, I want to thank UPLA for her extraordinary commitment her profound insight, her compassionate approach, and her collaborative philosophy. She is missed already. I'd now like to give other board members a chance to comment on UPLA if they so wish. Mayor Tory, and I believe Vice Chair Molinar would wish to comment. First, Mayor Tory. Mayor Tory, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Words that you've just used were words I'd made a note of, just to comment upon in commenting and commending Chandrasekera for her service. Intelligent. He was the first in been on the board. This, of course, has been and continues to be a significant challenge for us. She placed the community first. I mean, her perspectives always were brought to bear on the basis of the community being first. You mentioned the word compassionate, which she always was in her comments, no matter what was under discussion. And I just wrote down as well the word determined. She was very determined to move forward with changes and to perhaps bring all of us along with her, especially when it came to her expertise in mental health, which I think all of us, trying to think of the right word, we conceded that and allowed ourselves to be brought along under her leadership. And I think you've mentioned two of the examples, only two, Loku and the race-based data initiatives, which were things that the one which we undertook a year or so ago and which had to be implemented, which is no mean feat, and then the Loku recommendations, which are before us today. I will just conclude by saying I think a very good indicator of her impact on the board is the fact that two of the major reports, two, not one, but two, of the major reports that are going to form the foundation of some of the transformational change we're going to make going forward, she was the co-chair of those committees and therefore of those reports. And I think that when you talked about a legacy, as we proceed to implement these changes, which I know we're going to do, she will have, her fingerprints will be very much on those, and I'm sure we'll be able to count on her, not only her counsel, but her oversight as we go about implementing the things that she worked so hard on and thought so much about. And she was a pleasure to serve with as well. And so I just want to echo your words in saying thank you to UPLA Chandrasekera for her outstanding public service and efforts, which will continue with the work that she does outside of her service on the police board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I too echo the words that have been used to describe the unrelenting, persevering determination of Ms. Chandrasekera. I have to say I have never, as a board member on this board, worked with someone who has pushed on the right things the right way, and it was not always popular, and I know she has a little bit of, I won't say scar tissue, because I'm sure that she is so much more resilient than that. UPLA, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I say this as the board member who's the longest in the tooth, working with you in the most significant areas that we are facing, and you have done so in a way that I can honestly say has accomplished more than any other board member since I've been on this board in your very short time. This is a significant contribution, not just to Toronto, to the residents of Toronto, but I know that you set the groundwork with the way you've collaborated for many models that will be used not only around the country, but I'm sure around the world. So thank you so much for persevering. Thank you for what you have done, and thank you for the oversight you will continue to provide and guidance behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other board members wish to make comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for both of you making those comments. I would now like to say a few words about Chief Mark Saunders, who retired on July 31st with almost 38 years of incredible dedication to the Toronto Police Service and to the residents of this city, marked by extraordinary expertise as a policing professional and a remarkable commitment to moving the service forward as a progressive, compassionate, and stellar organization. When I was honored to speak at an event on the Chief's last day, I would like to take the opportunity to say a few words about him and his extraordinary contribution to the city. Chief Saunders was first appointed Chief of Toronto on April 17, 2015. Prior to being named Chief, he was the Deputy Chief in charge of Specialized Operations Command. He's been lauded as an innovative thinker and demonstrated by his creation of a novel approach to investigating homicides as head of the homicide squad. He used comprehensive teams at the front end to achieve a higher clearance rate than ever before. As chief, his successes have been many and varied. Among the most notable has been his leadership role in the transformation of the service as co-chair of the Transformational Task Force, which had the objective of modernizing the Toronto Police Service, leading to the Way Forward Action Plan, a comprehensive blueprint for transformation, the recommendations from which the chief has been instrumental in implementing during this term. The mandate for this critical and groundbreaking work was to create a modern police model for the City of Toronto that is innovative, sustainable, and affordable, placing communities at its core. We have seen many significant and substantive steps forward as a result of this work, including the new core values that reflect the spirit of a modern and progressive policing organization, and the Neighborhood Community Officer Program, placing ambassadors of the service in neighborhoods they serve and ensuring that their concerns are addressed promptly by working collaboratively with residents and community agencies to build sustainable solutions. We've also seen an important organizational cultural shift under his watch, founded on the cornerstone principles of accountability, transparency, and equity. Chief Saunders' achievements are all the more impressive because of his principled approach and the genuine, sustained sense of humanity that has constantly grounded his leadership, infusing it with sincere empathy, deep understanding, and a clear desire to see a city better for all of us. Widely known as approachable and genuine, I know that he's extremely well respected as a police officer, someone who understands the perspective of the front line and has never forgotten that perspective, despite how high he rose in the ranks. This is no small point. On behalf of the board, I want to thank Chief Saunders for his years of extraordinary commitment to our organization and to the residents of the City of Toronto. His renowned policing expertise, steadfast professionalism, and ability to steer the service through a challenging period of significant transformation have undoubtedly enhanced policing in our city. He's been a unique champion for change, recognizing the need to make us look inward at our systems and processes, at our values and attitudes, and how we can provide more effective and more compassionate police services for all. On behalf of the board, I want to commend Chief Saunders for his incredible work in making the Toronto Police Service a leader, not only in Canada, but across the world, in progressive community policing and innovative law enforcement. I'd now like to give other board members an opportunity to speak about the chief and his contribution. Would any board members like to say a few words? I'll start with Mayor Tory.
Well, to echo the words that I spoke at the time of his being piped out of the headquarters on his very last day. I obviously had, as a number of us did, the opportunity to work with Chief Saunders for a 5-year period of his time as chief. I didn't really know him before that because he was not the chief and I wasn't the mayor. But I think what of course we both shared was an overwhelming desire to make sure the city remained a safe place and that we kept safe all the people of the city. And there are a number of different ways in which that was challenged over this period of time. Some of those challenges remain outstanding in front of us today. I don't think people can fully appreciate the relationship that exists between any mayor and any police chief. It's different in that I don't get the opportunity, and rightly so, to direct what he does. People sometimes think that's the case. So you have to operate as partners, in effect, and respect each other's differing roles and the role of the city council, and try to get things done in that spirit. I can just tell you that the one thing that I remember throughout the period of our dealings over the last 5 years was the integrity and decency of this man, and the professionalism. I think we had a chance in the sort of the in-camera portions of the police board meetings to see that professional expertise perhaps better than might have evidenced itself in the public meetings. He's not a person who relished the limelight or having the sort of dealings that you have to have. As what I reminded him was a job that was equivalent to being an elected public figure. It's the same sort of thing when people expect to see you out there. But we saw oftentimes in the more in the sort of closer confines of a confidential meeting, that professionalism and that integrity shine through all the time. There were issues that some of which he inherited and some of which arose on his watch. And those are issues that are just part of now what is a constant struggle to make sure that we maintain the vital bond of trust that has to exist between the citizens and the police service. And it's become more and more complicated over time for a whole bunch of reasons. But I think that what I saw with him was that, virtually without exception, when those kinds of issues came up, he wanted to tackle them head on. And he wanted to make sure that we began a process, either involving him or not, to address those issues and to try and rebuild the trust that he knew had been eroded to some extent over a period of time. Certainly not just by any means on his watch. In fact, I think we began to rebuild it on his watch. And I would like to just conclude on that note by saying that while there will be those who will say that he didn't do enough when it came to change and that not enough was accomplished during that period of time, he was instrumental in laying the foundations for the change that we're going to be proceeding with today, and today's only the beginning as well. Some of the work in establishing, say, the committees that Upala was the co-chair of, in bringing forward to the board for our consideration the race-based data decision and a host of other things, were things that he initiated and things that in some cases arose out of this transformational task force. And so I would just like to say to him, thank you for the fact that he was as professional, as decent, as courageous as he was. And I think a lot of us forget some of the health challenges he faced. When I first heard that he had the health challenges he did and ultimately had to have a kidney transplant, yet he was carrying on this incredibly demanding job in the face of huge issues that were in front of him, I was dumbfounded at the fact he could have carried on without really even telling anybody that this was a part of what he faced in his life. And I will just say that he did work every day to try and rebuild trust, and I think he laid some of the foundations for the work that we're going to do today. And he kept the city what it still is, notwithstanding all of our challenges, which is one of the safest big cities in the world. And I think we've got to work hard with Chief Raymer and going forward with a new chief when selected to make sure that we build upon that work. So thank you, Chair, and thank you in particular to Chief Saunders for not just his work as chief, but for 38 years of very dedicated public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Any other board members wish to make comments? Vice Chair Mulliner, go right ahead.
Thank you. Very briefly, I just want to speak to the exceptional humanity that this chief brought to the job, which has very much laid the foundations for the work that lies ahead for this board and the service. And every time Chief Saunders was at the table, and Mayor Tory is right, he was much more comfortable in private than in public, he wanted to do the right thing the right way at the right time. I have deep respect and gratitude for the time that he gave to the citizens of the residents of Toronto and to the service. So thank you so much, Chief Saunders.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. As board members know, neither the former chief nor Upala were able to be with us today. They both had other commitments, but Upala did send me some comments that she would like me to read to the board. So I will do that now. Thank you, Chair Hart and board members. Though my term has ended and I'm not able to join your meeting today, I really appreciate this opportunity to share my comments. As the first mental health and addictions professional to join the Police Services Board, it was an honor for me to work collaboratively with the board and the police service to serve our community in Toronto. As co-chair of the board's Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel and the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, I had the opportunity to work alongside some amazing community members and police service members. I'm especially proud of 3 important initiatives that we achieved together over the past 3 years. Developing Canada's first policy on race-based data collection, analysis, and reporting in policing in 2019, the launch of the Toronto Police Service's first mental health and addiction strategy last year, and today releasing the monitoring framework to ensure that all recommendations from the Loku inquest are implemented across the police service. 3 years ago, I volunteered to join the Toronto Police Service Board because of Mr. Andrew Loku. Mr. Loku died in a building operated by the Canadian Mental Health and Addictions Association, the organization where I've worked for the past 11 years. Mr. Loku was a Black man, originally from South Sudan. He was only 45 years old and the father of 5 children. Given his life experiences due to war and trauma, Mr. Loku lived with mental health issues, including PTSD, and was a client of Across Boundaries, which is a community-based mental health and addiction center that provides services to racialized communities in Toronto. Mr. Loku had moved to Canada in search of a better life and was working to bring his family to Toronto. July the 5th, 2015, he died after being shot during an interaction with police officers. He died in the hall steps from his apartment. He died only moments after police arrived on the scene. His death was ruled by the coroner as a homicide. The inquest into his death resulted in 39 records, 18 of which were directed to the Toronto Police Service and the board. The recommendations addressed a number of topics, including police training and improving interactions with people experiencing mental health and addictions issues. The inquest also focused on the role of implicit bias and anti-Black racism. Inquest Recommendation 16 urged the board to continue seeking advice from mental health and addictions stakeholders, and therefore the board established an updated mental health and addictions panel in 2019, co-chaired by Ms. Jennifer Chambers, Mr. Stephen Lurie, Chair Hart, and myself. Recommendation 17 urged the board to establish a new committee to address racism, and that was the beginning of the board's anti-racism advisory panel in 2017, which was co-chaired by Ms. Notisha Massaquoi and myself. Both of these panels consist of community members and police service members working together to address the complicated and systemic issues at the intersection of mental health, addictions, and racism. The community members of these two panels were recruited through an open public call for applications and a subsequent interview process. The police service members were selected in consultation with the Chief of Police, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to members of both of these advisory panels. Especially today, I would like to thank the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, who has spent many months developing the Loku monitoring framework that we're presenting to the board for approval today. I want to thank each member of this panel, each person who volunteered hours and hours of their time to engage in often difficult conversations. It is their hard work that helped us to develop this important monitoring framework. I want to thank the board's office staff, especially Mr. Ryan Teschner, Ms. Danielle Dowdy, Ms. Sandy Murray, for their work in support of this panel, as well as the City of Toronto legal team, including Ms. Antonella Citia, Ms. Jane Burton, Mr. Fred Fisher, Mr. Scott Nozlowski. I also want to thank Deputy Chief Peter Ewan and Deputy Chief Barb McLean, who, along with their teams, worked hard to achieve objectives set by the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel. Most importantly, I want to acknowledge my appreciation for my co-chair, Ms. Notisha Massaquoi. During this entire process, Ms. Massaquoi has been a pillar of strength as we navigated the complex issues related to mental health, addictions, racism, and policing. Ms. Massaquoi brought forward to the board and the service her 20-plus years of experience and expertise in health equity and anti-racism work in the community. She worked hard to ensure that voices of community members were central to this important process, and today would not have been possible without her tireless efforts. I volunteered to join the Police Services Board because of the tragic death of Mr. Loku. His death had a cascading impact across our community, as well as in the mental health and addiction sector and in policing. I joined the board because I want to help ensure that every single one of the Loku inquest recommendations are implemented. And I'm proud that today, at the end of my term, we're able to present the Loku monitoring framework. Mental health and substance use are some of the most important and challenging issues facing policing, both in terms of police interactions with members of the public, as well as the operational stress experienced by police service members. As recent events have reminded us, such as the tragic death of Ms. Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and the countless reports that have informed us, such as the Ontario Human Rights Commission report released last week, we know that police services require continuous leadership to address the mental health needs of our community members, especially as it intersects the issues of racism, racialization, and marginalization. I hope that the board will continue to be a champion for mental health by engaging and seeking advice from community members, mental health and addictions professionals, and people with lived experience by continuing to provide leadership and accountability for responding to community members as well as police officers experiencing mental health and substance use issues. Thank you again for having provided me this important opportunity to collaborate with the board and the police service and to serve communities in Toronto. And thank you for saying all of that. I'm sure the board appreciates those words. I would now like to welcome Interim Chief James Raymer.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
it's Ryan speaking. I think Councillor Nunziata wanted to say a few words about former Chief Saunders.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nunziata, I didn't hear you. If you could jump in now, that would be terrific.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to see me. Thank you.
Can't see you or hear you, so go right ahead. Now I can see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments on Chief Saunders with his 30 years service. I've known Chief Saunders. I've known him for many, many years, not out as a constituent and as well as working from 12 Division. And I can tell you as a councillor and the number of meetings, town hall meetings that I've had in my ward over the years, which the chief attended, he was very well respected by my community, and he did engage in my community. And so I just wanted to say to Mark Saunders that I, on behalf of my community, I appreciate your service to the city, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nunziata. And now, finally, as this is the first board meeting for Interim Chief James Raymer, and I would like to welcome him today. Previously, the Deputy Chief of Specialized Operations Command, Chief Raymer was responsible for the service's various investigative squads and a variety of uniform specialized. Chief Raymer has a long history of community engagement and has continuously worked to act to promote diversity and inclusivity within all ranks of the service, working to ensure that the frontline and senior ranks of the service reflect the communities we serve. A noted leader in the police community, Deputy Raymer has championed the development of gang prevention strategy, which focuses on proactive engagement with young people who may be in conflict with the law, and includes community outreach and engagement with partners in communities most impacted by crime. At this pivotal time in our history, and as we work to ensure that the expectations of members of all of Toronto's communities are met and that their voices are heard, we look to Chief Raymer and has demonstrated commitment to working with communities to foster meaningful partnerships and effective, sustained mobilization. Chief Raymer has already indicated that one of his priorities is increasing transparency and accountability, as well as the continued commitment to meaningful community policing. The board is confident in Chief Raymer's ability to provide professional, capable, and compassionate leadership during this period, and we look forward to working with him in the months ahead. And now let's turn our heads to the official business of the day. As stated in Section 17.4 of our procedural bylaw, the time allotted for any deputation may be extended or reduced as considered necessary at the discretion of the board. Due to the large number of deputants who have registered to speak today, I'd like to move a motion to reduce the allotted speaking time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes per person. If approved, everyone who is on the line to speak to our agenda items will have 3 minutes to provide their deputation. Can I get a seconder for this motion?
Marie Molnar, seconds.
Vice Chair Molinar, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, that carries. We'll now begin with our first item on the agenda, the confirmation of minutes from the virtual meeting held on June the 19th, 2020. That item is held down for deputations. The second item is special constable reappointments. I don't believe we have any deputations on that matter. So can I have a motion to approve item number 2? Vice Chair Molinar, could I have a seconder on item number 2? Lisa, seconder. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, item number 2 carries. Item number 3 is policing reform initiatives and accompanying presentations, which will be held down for presentation as well as for deputation. I just have a few words to say about item number 3 before we start our agenda. The board has before today 3 reports that have been bundled together. A comprehensive police reform report with a range of recommendations, a report from the board's anti-racism advisory panel recommending approval of a monitoring framework for the implementation of the recommendations arising from the inquest into the death of Andrew Loku, and finally a report from the Chief recommending approval of body-worn camera contract award. All three reports under the heading of policing reform present different initiatives, but there's one common thread that links them all together: new approaches and recommendations for reform that seek to enhance public trust, transparency, and accountability in the delivery of policing services in Toronto, and to confront anti-Black and systemic racism in policing. While the three reports differ with respect to specific initiatives and actions they recommend, if approved together, it will create a holistic roadmap for the important work required to address the calls for meaningful police reform in the city that the board and city council have been hearing, and we're all engaged in addressing that. In this context, I would like to also reference the second interim report released by the Ontario Human Rights Commission this past Monday, which included two expert reports showing stark disparities in impacts of police activities in our Black communities. We view these reports and the inquiry in which they are based with great importance, and we continue to critically examine and act to address the serious and significant issues that they raise. We analyze these reports at a pivotal time in our history as people around the world are engaged in a critical dialogue about policing, accountability, and reform. The conclusions reached in both of these reports are concerning, highlighting how anti-Black racism and bias can impact them. These conclusions warrant further thoughtful consideration. Most importantly, these conclusions demand action. They demand a wide-ranging response, both in terms of immediate steps to address the issues raised and long-term, comprehensive, and systemic work to ensure that in the future we find ourselves in a place where there's no racism in our policing systems, in our cultures, or in our approaches. The board's response to these reports will be integrated into the holistic roadmap I've been discussing. It will be designed in part by Toronto's communities, as well as the Ontario Human Rights Commission, in a collaborative, engaging, and respectful process. I will now go back to item number 1 on our agenda, which is the minutes, which are being held down for deputations. And Doobie, can you put on the deputants, please?
Yes, Chair. Just a second. The first deputant for item 1 is Chris Langenfeld.
Yes, good morning. Yes, I can.
Good morning, Chris. You're welcome to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. I'd like to note that, first of all, you've spent the last 45 minutes basically talking about people that are coming and going from the board. That could have been done separately without having 80 people on hold waiting to speak to an actual issue that we expect this board to deal with. I know there's no minutes from the town halls, and so in speaking to the June minutes, I'll also speak to the July town hall meetings. During that, I raised the issue of people having made submissions, including myself, of PowerPoint presentations, and the fact that the board said that they couldn't play them, that there were technical issues, that your staff couldn't handle it, and there were too many people. And so I guess I had to do what you should have done. I called Cisco support and the WebEx support, and they confirmed that any user can play slideshows and applications and show graphics. And of course, we've seen throughout this meeting that it's no problem. So apparently the only people who can't have graphics shown are the members of the public, but certainly when it works to the board's advantage, you seem to find a way. In regards to the June meetings, the board's website, the consultation and publications menu, has the July 2020 virtual town meetings with links to submissions received by the board in the order they were received. The chair and board members may recall the chair said that my PowerPoint presentation slideshow, which the board said it couldn't facilitate playing during the virtual meeting, would appear on the board's website with other written submissions. My PowerPoint presentation is not with those other public submissions. I was told that I was not alone in requesting PowerPoint presentations be shown during the town halls, but I note that there are also no other PowerPoint presentations among any of the public submissions to the town halls. That makes me ask, were other submissions from others missed as well? I also didn't recognize anything in the board's summaries of public submissions, which leaves me questioning whether my submissions had in fact even been seen by the board and members. With regards to the June virtual meetings, I know that minute P104 at page 17, Vice Chair Mulliner asked the service about whether training is achieving its objectives and how the service knows that, and Deputy Chief Barbara McLean responded referencing pre, mid, and post-training assessments done by officers with further development in, quote, transfer of learning analysis. This item on training is one I had spoken to. Deputy Chief McLean advises that the training provided is developed in consultation with different experts such as medical professionals, academics, and legal experts, as well as in consultation with members of the public or of the community, close quote. But that response fails to satisfy that what is actually being taught meets board and public expectations. To say that one aspect of training was discussed with one small segment of potentially pro-police public does nothing to satisfy the public that current training meets their expectations. The service is too close to the issue to be able to provide an impartial review of its training. It's unreasonable to expect officers to identify what training they weren't given but should have been. This seems an appropriate place for independent arm's length external evaluation by people unconnected with law enforcement, reviewing current programs and methods of police training, how they were taught, and more particularly what they were taught and when they use it. I hope that that's certainly an issue here on part of this reform is training, and certainly more needs to be done. That's it on item 1 here. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions for the deputant? Just ask perhaps Mr. Teschner to comment on Mr. Langenfeld mentioned something about his presentation not being posted or circulated. I wasn't aware of that. Mr. Teschner, can you comment on what Mr. Langenfeld said in that regard, please? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, the board office endeavored to take all of the submissions that were received. You'll see on the board's website that there's a dedicated page to the town hall sessions, which posts the audio recording that was available on YouTube for each town hall session that we hosted. You'll also see that the board report that is before the board today from you, Mr. Chair, includes a summary, a high-level summary that was prepared with a commitment that a more detailed summary will follow, as well as a very interesting and unique graphic design conducted by ThinkLink Graphics that took a graphic design approach to trying to inform everybody about the record of the town hall sessions, if you will. Certainly, if we have missed putting Mr. Langenfeld's presentation up and there was a commitment to do so, we will confirm that we've in fact received it and we'll rectify that. But the intent of the webpage is to provide a live and valuable record for the town hall sessions that the board conducted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teschner. I hope that satisfies your concern, Mr. Langenfeld. Seeing no questions from Mr. Langenfeld, can we put on the next deputant, please?
Yes, Chair. The next deputant is Mr. Derek Moran. 1 second. Derek, can you hear me?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. I just want to say by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied in doing so as fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen and long live Her Majesty the Queen. And let the record show as person is defined as a corporation in the Legislation Act of Ontario. If I have ever led the Toronto Police Services and or this board to believe in any way that I am the person, then that would be a mistake, and that I ask all of you to please forgive me. So in the last meeting's minutes, it mentions Ryan Teschner, Executive Director, answered questions from the deputant and advised that notice of the proposed amendments to the board's procedural bylaw had been provided during the last public board meeting that took place on May 21st, 2020. I believe that was Chris Langenfeld, and I just want to acknowledge Chris for mentioning how this board uses the word deputation out of context, something I have pointed out before as an example of this board's incompetence that it can't even use words properly. Take notice what the Court of Queen's Bench for Saskatchewan had to say in regards to the word depute. This is from Lac La Ronge Indian Band versus Canada, 1999. Within itself, the word depute contains the notion of superior and inferior. The former possesses authority, but passes it on or shares it with the latter. In each instance, it is necessary to ascertain what authority was conveyed to the deputy. So it's important to note right now that I am not actually making a deputation right now. As your superior, I am now simply addressing inferiors of mine, such as, well, like Mayor Tory as an example. And speaking of the board's procedural bylaw just mentioned in the minutes, take notice what the Ontario Superior Court, citing a Court of Appeal case, had to say in regards to describing the function of a bylaw. This is from Patak versus Sabah, 2004, from the Ontario Superior Court. Bylaws are regulations, ordinances, rules, or laws adopted by a corporation for its government. The function of a bylaw is to prescribe the rights and duties of the members with reference to the internal government of the corporation, the management of its affairs, and the rights and duties existing between the members inter se. That's from Mackenzie versus Maple Mountain Mining Company, 1910 Court of Appeal. This is why bylaws aren't actually laws that apply to all of us. As Scott Duncan would probably say, they are clubhouse rules for a clubhouse that, unless you specifically work for, are a member of that particular organization, you are not a member of. And I looked it up in the Dictionary of Canadian Law. Inter se is defined as between themselves. And take notice of this maxim of law that laws should bind their own author.
Thank you, Derek. Your time is up. Any questions from board members on Derek's deputation?
I can hear my timer in the background.
Any questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you very much, Derek.
Okay, thank
you. Enjoy your day. Seeing that we have no other deputants, we'll bring this into the board now. Can I have somebody move the minutes, please? Councillor Ford, seconded by Vice Chair Molinar. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, that carries. We will now move on to item number 3, our main item on the agenda. Chief Raymer, I believe you have a few words you would like to say before we start this item. Chief, I've already said a few words on this myself, but I understand you want to add a few yourself. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to say that, put that on. We at the service here embrace reform and will work with the board and the community to get this right. We will make these recommendations our priority and will work internally to be methodical and planful in our approach to their implementation. We will use proven project management and accountability frameworks to ensure that we are not just checking boxes, but making meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Chief Raymer. The board appreciates the work that you're going to be doing in this regard. Now, we're going to move into our reports, and for the Loku report, we have Letitia Massaquoi and Ian Williams here.
I was on the boat for a minute. Well, actually, I was reading a text.
If everyone could put their phones on mute, I think someone doesn't have it on, unless you're speaking. Going back to item number 3, for the Loku report, we have co-chair Letitia Massaquoi here. You've already heard from Upala, who sent in her comments, and Ian Williams. I'll turn the meeting over to Ian Williams, who will provide a brief presentation on the monitoring framework. Mr. Williams.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just about to start sharing my screen. I'm hoping that that's up for everybody. You should be seeing my slide number 1.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Upala, for the comments earlier and some of the important context around this. I really just wanted to, I think, express my appreciation for being able to present this today. I think it's a really good example of how much time and effort and consideration from so many people from the Toronto Police Service, as well as the ARAP committee and the community more broadly, who've brought important considerations to bear on quite a number of complex issues. And as Chief Raymer just mentioned, what this framework will provide for us is a methodical approach to view those complex issues with the required context that they have for policing and those issues in Toronto more broadly. And so I think what we're going to be able to view today is the framework itself, where I'll be able to provide the approach that's been taken through the work of this committee and a lot of the members therein, provide a few examples of measures and intended outcomes that have really been driven from the recommendations of the Loku inquest, and then to provide examples of a proposed dashboard. That dashboard would be what the public and the board and the organization can expect as a way to show the framework as it progresses and to provide those meaningful insights and the context, as I mentioned. And so in order to do so, I'm going to go through just a few of the recommendations and demonstrate those measures and outcomes as examples. For those of you who haven't seen, the full set of recommendations with their measures and intended outcomes is available in today's board agenda. And so I will just provide a few of those recommendations to begin with. And so as an example, recommendation number 5, which examines exposing or continuing to expose officers to training with those important perspectives and lived experiences of communities across Toronto, and for those individuals with mental health or addictions-related challenges. As an overall recommendation, some of the measures that can be provided within that include the number of officers who've been trained with those perspectives and lived experiences provided, number of conversations and people involved in those conversations regarding bias, and of course, importantly, the number of complaints that are being received around bias in policing. Importantly, some of the outcomes that would be sought from this include officers being able to demonstrate enhanced understanding and capacity related to those perspectives and being able to incorporate those into their day-to-day work, and ultimately a reduction in the number of complaints, both internally and externally, related to those potential biases. Another example of our recommendations, I'm just going to switch slides, number 11, ensuring all patrol cars are equipped with less lethal weapons, including CEWs, SOC or beanbag rounds, and ensuring that officers are trained in the use of such weapons. And importantly, through that, being able to measure the number and proportion of those less lethal options that are issued per shift relative to the number of cars or members who are going out on that particular shift. And that'll provide the context about an overall relative proportion of accessibility of those. The number and proportion of those options as a consideration for how many violent calls for service or persons in crisis calls are responded to by the service as well. And this is an important component because that's where some of that meaningful context will come into play and provide for the community as well as the organization those important comparisons between individual events, which may have been recommended quite specifically through the Loku inquest, but also putting into, as I mentioned, that important context more broadly about where that plays a role and what is the relative number of instances that are occurring. And also where are those taking place? So being able to incorporate that geographic composition to understand across the city in its many different communities, are there patterns or disproportionality therein? The outcome, I think, something we all are seeking to achieve is a zero use of lethal force as a result. And so moving on to recommendation 12, undertaking a structural and cultural review and analysis so the service has a clear policy with respect to serving and protecting those with mental health or addictions issues, racialized persons, and in particular Black persons. These are examples, of course, of the ARAP committee, as well as the mental health and addiction strategy, the committee which created the strategy. And so the establishment of those committees is in part one of the measures based on that recommendation. However, what the framework from the Loku recommendations sought to achieve was a recognition of the intersectionality across these important areas and to be able to interconnect those other very important strategies and committees with the work that ARAP had undertaken and the Loku monitoring framework, not trying to assume that work necessarily, but to be able to put into relative context where that was relevant to the Loku recommendations, and then to refer back to the committee which held the mandate to deliver on that. And then so ultimately, in terms of the Loku framework, the outcomes for this would be, of course, the increased transparency and strengthening of those policies related to those important intersectional issues and being able to provide those more comprehensively. And so with those examples in mind, I'm going to move towards a discussion of the proposed dashboard concept. So what we can expect to be able to demonstrate publicly related to the efforts of the monitoring framework itself, the key performance indicators within that, and the public reporting on an ongoing basis that can be expected. And so for each of the recommendations, of which there are 18, and they are different in each case, as they are implemented and put into place where data is being collected and reporting is being produced, at that point, the dashboard will begin to include those sections and provide those continuous updates. Each recommendation will be categorized by theme, and Upala referred to a number of those important themes, from use of force to training to community building and partnerships. Developing key performance indicators across each of those, so the most relevant and key performance indicators to each recommendation, and then of course the public reporting as a result of each of those. And so those will unfold as each implementation is underway. Some of those, as we know, are implemented presently, either in part or in large part or in totality. Others will be implemented on an ongoing basis. And for some of the content that we'll expect to see, there will be new survey creation required. And that data collection will take some time. And so for those examples, we wouldn't expect to see reporting immediately. However, for some of the implementations to date, we can expect reporting in the near future. And so this dashboard includes data which is yet to exist because it's anticipating survey data, which will be used to produce this dashboard on an ongoing basis. And really just demonstrating for each theme, this theme focusing on training and use of force, which combines de-escalation topics, and puts into a series of very specifically focused key performance indicators and will be presented on an ongoing basis such that year over year, it will be possible to compare the performance of those. And to have those available with the descriptions of what the information means, how it can be interpreted, and how it relates back to the recommendations stemming from the Loku inquest. And so this is one example of a theme that is relevant to group a number of key performance indicators. And then similarly, but on a slightly more granular basis, we have each recommendation which has the key performance indicators associated with it. So for this example, looking at officers trained, officer perception of training, community perception of training, and how that's changed over time. And all of these, of course, link back to each of the recommendations within the framework and provide for the organization and for the board and for the community a way to monitor those on an ongoing basis. And so with that, I will transition this over to Natisha to provide some more remarks and more of the important context related to the work undertaken by ARAP for the Loku monitoring framework. And so with that, thank you. And I will stop sharing my screen and transition that over to Natisha now.
Thank you, Ian. Welcome, Natisha. Go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I would first like to thank Mr. Ian Williams and his team, not only for the presentation today, but the contributions and support over the last 3 years that have been made to the work of ARAP and the development of the monitoring framework that has just been presented. The critical element of this framework is the incorporation of ongoing community evaluation as to whether recommendations have been effectively and meaningfully implemented. We as a panel reiterate that implementation cannot be measured by internal benchmarks or opinions only. The perspective of the public and specifically Black communities who carry the greatest burden in this issue is essential in measuring and monitoring success. I note that the measure and outcomes for each Loku inquest recommendation will be made public and accessible via the service's public safety data portal. And it will be updated annually. The monitoring framework that has been presented represents the conclusion of the inaugural mandate of ARAP and my work as co-chair over the past 3 years. Our mandate was to advise the Toronto Police Services Board on its role to oversee, monitor, and implement the Loku inquest recommendations directed at both the board and the TPS. Our singular activity was to develop a monitoring framework, which you saw a glimpse of today, for the board to use in order to assess the response to and implementation of each inquest recommendation. I will note that our mandate has been narrow and specific in scope, but impactful not only in the concrete deliverables of the framework, which today was presented in a matter of minutes, but represents actually hours and years of navigation of the institution of policing. And also we produced the first race-based data collection policy in Canada for a police service, which added up to almost an additional year to our work. ARAP has also established the process for what I believe is the development of a comprehensive, systematic approach in how matters of public urgency can be addressed by the service in future. I thank each member of the service who committed to this process and engaged in the hard conversations with the community members who made up ARAP. Deputy McLean, Deputy Ewan, Superintendent Ruben Strobel, Sergeant Ali Vergie, Superintendent Stacy Clark, and Constable Monica Rutledge. I want to thank you for your time and energy in this process. That being said, within my culture, we believe that when one dies, you become an ancestor. This is someone who is not past, but very active in the present, walking with us, sitting with us in the room, and guiding us. I believe that Mr. Andrew Loku is sitting with us today and sat with us over the past 3 years, guiding us through the difficult work we undertook as a panel. Prior to his murder, Mr. Loku was a man who was constantly moving his life forward against great odds. And what I take from his guidance is that as members of Toronto's Black communities, we will continue moving our agenda to end police brutality and the terrorizing of Black people in the city of Toronto. As I'm speaking to you today, it is not lost on me that before we completed our work as a panel, we experienced the tragic deaths of Regis Korchanski-Paquette and George Floyd south of the border. And we saw the increased urgency and magnitude of what will be the ongoing work of ARAP. The work of the panel over the last 3 years almost becomes obsolete before I finish speaking to you today. The resulting framework must be now reassessed within the new context and reality that we find ourselves in as global calls for Black liberation from police brutality intensify. I respect the life of Mr. Andrew Loku and the Loku inquest recommendations which come from his death, as well as the tireless work of our panel members. But I'm under no illusion that what we have presented to you here today will be the end of systemic anti-Black racist culture of the TPS. The report, which will also be presented by the board later in this meeting with its 81 recommendations, also in no way completely addresses anti-Black racism within the TPS. Systemic anti-Black racism can only be addressed when the Toronto Police Service is made accountable to Black communities and commits to the well-being and survival of Black people. This accountability does not allow the TPS to ignore years of demands from Black communities for defunding in the many continuums of definitions that concept brings. And it does not preclude us from not addressing the demands for the demilitarization of police services. Accountability to Black communities requires the TPS to address the recent findings from a desperate impact, the second interim report in the Ontario Human Rights Commission's inquiry into racial profiling and racial discrimination of Black persons by the Toronto Police Service, which statistically confirms that Black people are more likely than others to be arrested, charged, overcharged, struck, shot, or killed by Toronto police. And as we saw in the Ontario Human Rights Commission's 2018 report, A Collective Impact, Black members of Toronto's community are 20 times more likely to be killed by the TPS in a city where we only make up 9% of the population. Reform is simply defined as the improvement or amendment of what is wrong, corrupt, and unsatisfactory. The Ontario Human Rights Commission has presented 3 reports based on the analysis of Dr. Scott Wortley in the last 2 years, which detail what is wrong, corrupt, and unsatisfactory with the TPS and the impact that this has had on Black communities in Toronto. The Tulloch report has told you what is wrong, corrupt, and unsatisfactory with the practice of carding and its impact on Black communities in Toronto. ARAP and the mental health panel of the board have also told you for the past 3 years what is wrong, corrupt, and unsatisfactory when service members have not addressed anti-Black racism and its intersections with mental health stigma and the resulting killings of Black people in mental health crisis. Until the Toronto Police Service looks at what is wrong, corrupt, and unsatisfactory in their engagement with Black communities in the city, all reports and subsequent recommendations become useless. I therefore challenge the Toronto Police Service Board to not only implement the Andrew Loku recommendations as we have presented and the resulting framework which has been displayed to you today, we also recommend that you fully implement and monitor the race-based data collection policy in its entirety. But we also challenge you to do the actual work of reform, which is to acknowledge, disrupt, overturn, and eliminate anti-Black racism and all oppressive practices currently being upheld by the service. In closing, I would like to add additional thank yous to those already mentioned in my co-chair's opening remarks. The community members and subject matter experts who gave countless volunteer time to this process must be publicly thanked. Andrew Lee, Lusa Talil, Latacia Reddick, Shalini Kananor, Dr. Charmaine Williams, Dr. Akwasi Bempa Owusu, Jennifer Chambers, and Steve Lurie. My co-chair, Upala Chandrasekera, also must be acknowledged. I note that she held up half the sky as co-chair of both ARAP as well as the mental health panel, and also served as a TPS board member. Her allyship on matters of anti-Black racism and expertise in mental health have been invaluable in this process. Thank you again to all the board staff, particularly Georgina Jose, Sherry Chapman, Ryan Teschner, Daniel Dowdy, and Sandy Murray. This concludes my remarks as well as my work as the ARAP co-chair. You will hear further recommendations in the following board report as to the new mandate of ARAP, as well as recommendations for the new co-chairs. I wish the panel and new co-chairs success as well as strength as they move forward with the new mandate. Thank you.
Latacia, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for your passion. And thank you for all the work that you've done to make Toronto a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to remind members of the public that we've bundled 3 reports together, and we're hearing presentations on all 3 now, and we'll be starting the deputations very shortly. But we are now going to have a presentation on body-worn cameras. All of the written deputations that were sent to us will be posted on the website as well, and we've received quite a number of those as well. So the third subject item of this report is a report on body-worn cameras. I'd like to call on Chief Raymer at this time to comment and make a brief presentation on body-worn cameras. Chief Raymer, go right ahead when you're ready. Chief, can you hear me? Either Chief or Deputy Coxon. Mr. Teschner, do you know if they're on the line? Can't see them.
I do see the chief, Mr. Chair. I think perhaps the microphone is on mute.
Okay. Chief, hope you heard that.
I think they're trying to resolve it now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead, Chief, when you're ready.
Okay, the body-worn camera report emphasizes principles and acknowledges the concerns we've heard from the public. It is a tool to build transparency while at the same time increasing our ability to provide the very best evidence. I'm aware that the board is writing a policy for use of the cameras, which will be useful as we move forward with this important project. And now I'll turn it over to Deputy Shauna Coxon for the presentation.
Information officer. Chief, if you will, I'll go ahead.
Go right ahead when you're ready.
All right. Sure. As the Chief Information Officer, I've been with the service now for 5 months. And so this project is something that has been going on for near 6.5 years, and a tremendous amount of effort, as well as pilots in 2015 to test out the technologies and an extensive procurement process to purchase the systems. As the Chief Information Officer, I'm delighted to be inheriting this project because of its ability to be transformational in the technology platforms that we have. Really, when I talk to the frontline officers, they talk about having, they talk about wanting to do the job, not the paperwork. And the body-worn camera project should be able to lift some of that administrative burden off of them, as well as the impact it's going to have on the transparency of the service and the ability to understand what's actually happening in interactions between the officers and the public. The project is something that is going to pay for itself in the long run, and I think that's tremendously important in the current environment of fiscal constraint. And there's a short-term, medium-term investment which needs to be made in the technology, and to have those the broad impact that it's going to have on the service in terms of where we are. So, in short, this is a transformational project, which is foundational to the technology plan which I'm working on and going to put in place. It's going to pay for itself. And it's going to have tremendous impact on the transparency of activities of the service members. Deputy Coxon has rejoined us. Deputy, do you want to add anything?
I just want to emphasize that this is the first procurement process of its kind in Canada. So nobody has gone to market through a formal procurement process for body-worn cameras. So this is why the procurement started in 2017 and has only ended this year. It's been an incredibly comprehensive process and an international process where we went to market throughout the world to look at the best product. And we are confident through the thoroughness of the process that we've gone through that we have the best product. And with that, we've also had extensive consultation with community, with other stakeholders, including the Information and Privacy Commission of Ontario, the Human Rights Commission of Ontario, the Ministry of the Attorney General, and others. And we've had legal engagement, including a procurement expert and a fairness commissioner. All of these things really just showcase how complicated and comprehensive this process has been. And at the end of the day, all of this stakeholder engagement has shown us that both members of the public and members of the Toronto Police Service are overwhelmingly in favor of body-worn cameras. And we're excited that it's going to bring a level of accountability and transparency to policing in Toronto that we have not seen before. And so I want to thank everyone involved, from the thousands of community members who gave feedback to members who participated in both the pilot and the procurement process, and especially to the team who has worked tirelessly on this project, some of whom have been engaged for upwards of 6 years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Mr. CIO. I'm sure board members will have questions of you once we hear from all the deputants today. So the board very much is looking forward to hearing from our deputants today, continuing our dialogue with the public on these important issues as we move forward collaboratively and informed by the voice of all of the different members of our communities to ensure fair, equitable policing for all Torontonians. For this report, as you may recall, I brought forward a report in June, and 87 deputants signed up for that report. That report was referred back to me and is back today in a much more robust way. Those 87 deputants who signed up in June were all contacted. We promised them that they could be before us today. We contacted each and every one of them by email, and we phoned each and every one of them twice. A number of deputants at the last meeting indicated that they did not want to speak today, and a number are included on the list today. There were about 19 individuals who we could not get a hold of, and we sent them out the information for today anyway, in hopes that they would call in and speak to us this afternoon. So they all have that information, and I'm not sure how many of them have availed themselves, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we made 3 follow-up contacts with all of the deputants. So we're now ready to begin to hear from the public. Doobie, can you please put on our first deputant? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Our first deputant is supposed to be John Sewell, but he apparently dropped off, and so we'll wait until he comes back again. Our first deputant then will be Morgan Lockhart, be followed by Dylan Gunaratne. Morgan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate this opportunity to add my voice to the countless others that you have already heard from calling for substantial changes to policing here in Toronto. My name is Morgan Lockhart. I am a white woman and I have lived in the High Park neighborhood of Toronto for the last 5 years, 2 blocks from where Regis Korchinski-Paquette died on May 27th. On October 31st, 2019, a woman experiencing a mental health crisis fired a firecracker gun at me outside Keele subway station. I was extremely shaken and reported the incident to the first person I saw, who was a TTC attendant, and he called 911. In shock, I left, and a couple hours later, I followed up with the police non-emergency line to find out what had happened to her. I eventually got on the phone with an officer who said he had been present when they located her and confiscated the toy. When I asked what happened to her or whether she had received any help, he said he had no idea, that she would have been taken to either a hospital or a shelter, but he didn't know. His tone was aloof and bored and completely lacking any empathy at all. Why was he the one that was sent if he didn't care at all about what happened to her? This is one of the many incidents you have already heard about from people across Toronto. The kind of incident that could have used a responder who cared about the outcome for the person experiencing what was undoubtedly a mental health crisis. The best person to respond to this kinds of incidents was someone trained to handle matters of mental health, and incidents like it call for people with experience handling addictions or who are trained in de-escalation. You know this by now. I have read your report and your recommendations to increase funding for the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team. And while I'm glad that you acknowledge the need for responders other than armed officers, this plan still involves sending an officer to accompany a mental health nurse. Police officers cost a whole lot more money and obviously have done more harm than good in many of the reports you have heard about, including the case of Regis Korchinski-Paquette. We need to be diverting this money towards services that support and protect the Black community. Police officers obviously aren't one of those services. One could choose to believe that you will implement all 81 of these recommendations, and I'll admit I had the occasional feeling of hope while reading the report. But this was tempered by a lot of disappointment that there is so little accountability built into the current policing system. You say that the board has no authority to decrease the budget yourselves, and neither does City Council. You also say that the board has no authority to discipline officers, your own employees. It really begs the question, how could you build a system that is so rotten? So on that note, I want to speak to my neighbors from across Toronto on this call. This board is counting on the public to lose interest, to lose steam, and forget about these issues so they don't need to do the work to implement this long list of recommendations, just like all the lists that have come before it. We are the ones that must hold them accountable, and I hope that we do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing no questions, I just have one
Vice
comment.
Chair Mulliner has a question.
Oh, go right ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Lockhart, for taking the time today and for taking the time to review the very long materials that were provided for the public and for board members. I'm thinking about your reference to not having police presence during the mobile crisis response going forward, and I wanted to ask you whether you would envision a model whereby the decision would be made as to whether a police officer should attend by non-police who are apprised of the person in crisis's context, and then might decide, the non-police present experts might decide that they would need a police officer present at that time.
Right. I think in the report it did speak to work that needs to be done to identify certain categories of incidents that would be diverted to different streams. Like the same way, if I were to call 911 right now, I would be given different options that I could ask for. I think that we need to be able to identify which types of incidents would require no police presence, which types of incidents require one, and then maybe something else. I think that just having basically having no option where no police come is not the answer, and that's what I hope for.
Okay. Thank you, and I just want to comment on your observation that you have some hope. I'm glad to hear that, because I think that this is an unprecedented time for all of us, and that we are, as a police board, uniquely positioned to forge ahead with a great deal of commitment, and that's what this report is setting the stage for. I have been on this board for over 8 years, and I've been involved in the anti-racism and policing areas for many decades, and this is, from my perspective, one of the first times that I have felt that we truly have a map, and now we need to build community trust so that we can execute this. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you to the deputant. Thank you very much for calling in. Really, we all appreciate it. Could we please put on the next speaker?
Yes, Chair. The next speaker is, we have John Sewell back on the line. John, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
All right. You're welcome to go when you're ready.
Hello. Thank you very much. We think that the significant issue today that's facing the board and facing the city is rethinking the whole of the police function. That is sort of defining a new agenda for policing. We think that's the general sentiment that the public has at the moment. People are after very serious change. And unfortunately, the report that's before you does not provide for that change. I mean, I took one very simple example of that, which is the mobile crisis intervention teams, where the report does not even suggest that it should be the first responder, which seems to me a really simple change that could be made, but the report actually doesn't even address that. And I think it shows the extent to which, in fact, the board is missing the issue. And what we have to talk about is, how do we get some serious change thinking about how policing actually happens in Toronto? Our suggestion is that what we need, is a large and very public committee that will be given 6 months to produce a blueprint for change. Our letter suggests how you go around choosing that kind of a group, who in fact should be part of it, and how it should be significantly representing Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We suggest actually how that should be changed. It's clear in our mind that the board is not the vehicle for change. You have not been the vehicle for change in the past. You, in fact, stood in the way of it on many, many occasions. We think that some members of the board should be part of the committee, but in fact, we need that larger outside group to actually give us the blueprint for change. And that, to us, is the very serious issue that the board faces, and we think that's the kind of action that should be taken. The 80 recommendations, well, they might be interesting, but in fact, they don't address the critical issue. The other thing, and I gather I'm not allowed to make a separate deputation on it, is the question of spending $35 million on body-worn cameras. We do not think that City Council ever thought that kind of money would be required in order to bring in body-worn cameras. And we think you should put that recommendation on hold and simply go back to City Council and say, is this really where you want to spend $35 million? Our opinion is that that's a very bad investment. This is not a good way to spend money. So we think that they're the two things we want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Your time is up. Board members, questions? I believe Mayor Tory has a question of you, sir. Go ahead, Mayor Tory.
I think Mr. Sewell knows I listen very carefully when he comes either to City Hall or to the police board, and I just wanted to go back to his comments on the mobile crisis intervention team. And if I understood them correctly, and it was a little bit quiet on the sound, but I would just ask him if he understands that what is being presented here is an interim step which in some respects is constrained by the availability immediately of the mental health nurses that are required to constitute these teams, and therefore expand the coverage and have the ability to say that each and every call would be responded to by a mobile crisis intervention team, and that the step that is provided for here has to be looked at in parallel with an examination being done, I think, both by the police service, but also, I think, in a way more importantly, by the city manager, to look at alternate ways in which to deliver that service to people in crisis entirely, so that it could well be the case that, for example, you brought about as much temporary expansion or as much expansion as you could to the mobile crisis intervention team, subject to the availability of mental health nurses, did as much as you could then in order to make sure they were first responders in all instances, if possible, of the 32,000 calls, but that come the report of the city manager on alternate ways, which have been suggested to us in the town hall meetings and so on, that you might in fact end up, pardon me, entirely not eliminating the police presence in all but very few of those calls, or providing for some entirely different. I just want to make sure that if I understand the process correctly, and that's certainly what I do, that's what's going on here, and wondered if that would temper your remarks in terms of sort of the inadequacy of that, which I view as a very fast step forward a couple of months after we began this exercise.
I'm making a very, very simple point. We have mobile crisis intervention teams now. I agree they don't cover the whole city and the whole time, and they should. I don't quarrel with that. And so those changes, fine. But the point is, with the existing ones you've got, make them the first responders. That is not part of the recommendations. It's a very simple thing you can do right now while you do all the rest of the things.
Okay, I misunderstood your comments, and I take that on board, and I thank you for that very much.
Any other questions, board members? Seeing none or hearing none, thank you very much, Mr. Sewell, for taking the time to call in today. We all very much appreciate it. Stubby, please put on the next speaker.
Speaker number 3 is Dylan Gunaratne, to be followed by Chief Commissioner Eden Chada. Dylan, can you hear?
Yes. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I have to say my deputation is going to be quite short. I just really wanted to comment more on the mental health piece of the report. The last time I'd seen the report, I felt like there was a lack of, or I guess the last time I'd seen whatever draft it was back, I think in June or July, there was a lack of accountability measures in place and reporting measures in place. But after reading this report today, I have to say I'm very, as a new resident of Toronto, I'm very optimistic and actually quite pleased with the recommendations. I think it's a very positive step forward and a very comprehensive look at things, from data reporting to procedural things like introducing the quarterly meetings and the reporting, and introduction of a more culturally responsive approach, advocating for additional funding, consulting with partners. I'm really excited to see how these changes will make their way into tangible effects within my community. And I'm very proud of my city, actually, for its commitment to making mental health care and intervention a priority for all of its citizens. So that's all my comments today.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate those comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none and hearing none. Again, sir, thank you very much for calling in. We all appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Next deputant.
Our next deputation is from Ina Chada, Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, to be followed by Blessing Diga. Ina, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Chair, board members, and Chief. I attend this meeting very disappointed and with questions. As you know, last Monday, the Commission released a disparate impact, our second interim report in the ongoing inquiry into racial discrimination and profiling of Black persons by Toronto Police. A disparate impact documented highly disturbing data that Black people are disproportionately charged and bear the brunt of use of force by Toronto Police, consistent with systemic and anti-Black racism. What some may not know is that the Commission provided advance copies of our report to the Toronto Police Service and this board 1 full month before the official release. Also, as a courtesy, we provided this board, the service, the mayor, and the chief with a 2-hour briefing 1 week before the release. At the briefing, Chair Hart and Mayor Tory spoke positively about collaborating with the Commission, and I emphasized the necessity to engage community on all remedial processes. This is why it is confounding shock to see the board's report and nearly 100 recommendations the day after we released the disparate impact. Despite using words like collaboration and partnership, no board representative alerted the Commission to the impending report and its 81 recommendations. Had they done so, we would have urged that timelines and measurable outcomes are essential to achieve true institutional change. I now ask why. Why was the Commission not invited to review these recommendations? While you have referenced the Commission and our report, why isn't a disparate impact tabled here for serious discussion? More importantly, why weren't Black communities and organizations given sufficient time and accessible means and full opportunity to provide input on the recommendations that are meant to change their lives? So-called actions without accountability and enforceability are not useful. To be meaningful, reforms must be independently monitored, legally enforceable, specific, measurable, sustainable with deadlines, and must involve continuous, inclusive engagement with Black communities. While it is laudable that the board is wanting to be seen to take action, fast action, the report remains flawed. It has significant gaps as highlighted in our written submissions. For example, the report fails to include key accountability mechanisms for investigating and disciplining police officers, fails to institute an early intervention warning system based on race data to alert when officers or units have disproportionately target racial groups, fails to provide important measures to address excessive use of force and unfair charging practices, and so on. This report is procedurally and substantively flawed. The Commission cannot support it as it currently stands. We know communities want action, but they want and they deserve comprehensive input in that action. For the third time in 3 weeks, we call on the Toronto Police Service, the board, and the city to formally establish a transparent process with the Commission and Black communities and Black organizations. We call on you to adopt legally binding remedies to transform policing practices and culture to eliminate anti-Black bias and systemic racism in our city. Thank you
very much. Sure. Thank you. I'll let you go 340 because your comments were important for us to hear. Board members, any comments or questions of the deputant? I guess before I turn it over to any board members, I think we've got a couple that have questions for you. I just wanted to say that really appreciate you calling in. It is our full intention as a board to continue to work with you. And I'm glad that you used the words collaboration and working together because we fully expect to do that both ways. And when your report came out publicly recently, we're very interested in continuing to work with you, especially when your final report comes out at the end of the year, to make Toronto a better place for everyone. I can assure you that this board, without question, every single person on this board feels that way. And I hope that you'll see the report and the 81 recommendations as making real change for all communities in Toronto, most particularly for the Black community. I believe Mr. Morgan has a question or a comment. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman Hart?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I think, to me, I think this is not necessarily an either or. I often preface a lot of what I say when it comes to aspects of the Black community. Yes, I am a member of the community. I don't speak for the community, but I do speak as a member. So I think it's also, I think it's very important for, at least from my perspective, and Still fairly new to this board, joining in January, but very understanding very much that there's been 40 years of reports and recommendations that we can all reference. So I do believe what I'm hearing from not just yourself, from other members of the community and Toronto as a large, is the action, right? And I think recommendations are there. I think we can work through those together. I like the collaborative approach, but I don't necessarily believe this is an either or. Yes, there can be consultation, but I think there are more than enough starting points that we can all come to some sort of agreement to say, let's start with these pieces as a collective, because they have been shared from community, been consulted, multiple occasions and spaces. So I think it's important to start with that as we are working towards collaborating further. So I do believe, and I hear, obviously the work that's gone into this and respecting all that's been done, and this is very new in many respects, but I also want to make sure that we are listening to the voices that have been making these recommendations for, as I said, decades now. So I'm hoping that we can all align in respecting those that have come before us and those that are still yet to come. So I appreciate this, and I want to make sure that that understanding is also clear. So thank you.
Other board members, any comments? Questions?
This is Vice Chair Mulliner. If you could put me on the list.
Vice Chair, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Commissioner, for joining us today. And I was in attendance at your briefing prior to the public release. I think it was the day before the public release of the report. And I think there are times when I look back on how we could have done things differently that I wish we had had more time. I'm sure you felt the same way, but I'm absolutely confident, because I know from my work with the board colleagues and with board staff that we've been working hand in glove in many respects with the Commission over years, and more recently. The report that's before you today, it was referenced in the June meeting. The town halls have raised these issues, and I can see that we didn't do a crosswalk, as I like to call it, between your report and our report in a way that is satisfying to all of us. I absolutely concede that, but I think what's most important is that we want to work with the Human Rights Commission. We want to make sure that what we put in place as binding remedies are ones that we have developed with you. We want to make sure that the community buys into those remedies so that we can actually feel that the product, which has been, as many have said, consultation and not action, converts into visible action. So I wouldn't want you to think that while the process may be flawed, I don't think it was perfect, but I think that the dynamic tension that needs to exist between the Human Rights Commission and the Police Board is important, and I do think that we have lots to work on together, and I am hopeful that we will achieve, based on this report and your report, significant changes that will, when we all look back for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, will have made Toronto a model city where we first really have tackled systemic racism. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like a moment to respond, if possible, please.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Just to correct, we provided our briefing. I provided my briefing 1 week before the official release of our report. We have been working with your legal team and technicians for over a month. So at that period of time, there is no doubt your report and your 81 recommendations were well underway. While the language of collaboration sounds nice, it has not been reciprocated here. I was not invited. I was not phoned. There was no overtures with our team at any stage, despite multiple perfect opportunities to do so. And so we continue to say, as I did at that briefing, process is as important to justice as outcomes. Mayor Tory has said to the media that he doesn't want to just do it better, he wants to do it right. Doing it right means starting with the people who you want to protect and serve. And the commission has provided you labor after hours of laborious work for free. And you did not provide us with the courtesy of a call.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any other questions, comments? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for calling in, and we appreciate all the work that the commission does to help us make it right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do we please put on the next speaker?
Yes, Chair. Our next speaker is Blessing Vigga from the Rights of Non-Status Women Network, to be followed by Scout. Blessing, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You need to speak a bit louder. We can barely hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon.
Yes, now it's good. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Blessing Dia. I am speaking today on behalf of the Rights of Non-Status Women Network, a network of agencies and community members that addresses barriers faced by non-status women. Our members have expertise through lived experience as newcomers and non-status women, through our work in frontline services, and through our research into the impact of border enforcement and policing. We at the Rights of Non-Status Women Network are concerned about racism in policing, and we are here today to demand the following. 1, ending permanently cooperation and information sharing between Toronto Police Services and the Canada Border Service Agency, CBSA. 2, defunding the police, meaning diverting at least 50% of municipal funds from policing to support city services accessible to all city residents, regardless of immigration status, that reduce inequality and support health and mental health. 3, evidence-based action on anti-Black racism, including the collection of race-based data on police interactions and annual reports to the public on these data. 4, meaningful consultation and engagement with members of affected communities with lived experience of racial discrimination, including non-status women and trans women. And 5, ensuring that the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, if made permanent, includes people who represent the concerns of non-status immigrants. Although the City Council declared Toronto to be a sanctuary city, Toronto Police Services remain inaccessible for non-status community members. Research has documented cases of the police calling CBSA about witnesses and even victims of crimes. Cooperation with CBSA means that women and trans women who experience violence may be too afraid to report abuse, and that abusers do not face consequences for their violence. In Canada, victims of police killing, violence, and harassment are primarily Black, Indigenous, and other racialized people. This violence is systemic and persistent in the face of repeated public outcry. In this context, the Rights of Non-Status Women Network calls for defunding the police, not more training, not body cameras, not social workers to accompany police officers. In other words, not toothless reforms that appease people while the same practices are allowed to continue. We know that the police responds to calls about a wide range of issues, many of which will be better addressed by people with different training, tools, and accountabilities than police officers. Now, it is more important than ever to make Toronto Police Services an accessible service by ending its role in immigration enforcement and ending police harassment and violence against racialized communities.
Thank you very much. You're at 3.5 minutes, so I'll have to stop you there. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, just wanted to let you know that we have staff in the background taking notes of all of the great ideas that are presented to us today. And I know you made a few recommendations, and I can assure you that we listened. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Could we please put on the next speaker?
Yes, speaker number 6 Scout, to be followed by Chris Langenfeld. Scout, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, thanks to all the previous speakers regarding a previous deputant. I imagine it feels really nice to be optimistic about this board's work as a new resident to Toronto. Unfortunately, those of us who've been around for a few years and following this board have a different view. And I think the OHRC's chief's comments about actions without accountability really ring true, especially in regard to this report. It's a huge waste of resources. It's a slap in the face to the hundreds of members of the public who participated in your town hall sessions, and a clear intention of preserving the status quo for policing in Toronto. I mean, there hasn't been a demonstration from a single person on this board showing the interest or will within their tenure to make the necessary changes in order to drastically shift the culture of policing in Toronto, which, you know, this OHRC report and so many experiences of Black and Indigenous people in this city tell us is fundamentally racist. I have hope for the new members of this board that you can do more. I mean, we can argue about whether it's possible to reform policing in the city, and, you know, in the meantime, TPS officers still have the authority to kill with license in Toronto, and they do. And while this board pats itself on the back for this report, there's nothing in this report that addresses the urgency of Black people being disproportionately targeted for violence by Toronto police. And there's nothing in this board that speaks to the call from the public to drastically change the way that mental health crises are responded to, that systemic racism is responded to, and the call to remove police from so many of the duties that allow them to kill vulnerable people. So I just have to ask, if you listen to the public at all during these town halls, you know, you say you're listening, but there are already underfunded services in the city that work with people in crisis without police being there and do it without killing people. There's people that are making, I don't know, $30,000, $40,000 a year that do this every single day. I have been one of them. And there's nothing in this board that addresses the overwhelming calls, or in this report rather, to defund the police, to reimagine policing and the role of police, and to minimize that role. Like the OHRC interim report the previous interim report was disregarded by this board as, quote, feelings. And what has changed since then? You know, we just heard from the chief themselves that it's been nothing. So, I mean, John Tory, you yourself as a member of this board has been on this board since 2014 throughout the majority of the findings of this OHRC report. So what does that tell us about the commitment of this board and its leadership to ending the killing and targeting of Black people by Toronto police? We get more reports, more statistics, and nothing changes. And higher budgets, more powers are given to police. Now we're doing body cameras, even though these are literally proven in studies not to work. There's nothing here about addressing the fact that this is an ineffective measure. So what type of leadership is this? How are we going to keep doing the same thing forever?
You're at 3.5 minutes. I have to stop you there. I'll let you go over. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thanks very much for taking the time to call us today. We all appreciate your comments.
Well, I hope you guys change. Thanks.
Thank you. Dewey, please put on the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chris Langenfeld, be followed by Dallas Yochik. Okay. Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Moving to body-worn cameras, because apparently that's all part of this. At $5 million per year for 2,350 units, that amounts to $2,128 per camera each and every year. That dollar amount is irresponsible. The service mentions in their report the Fairness Commissioner's report. Reading that report, ultimately the final March 13th, 2020 Fairness Report, which taxpayers paid $500,000 for, concluded, quote, "We had numerous unresolved fairness close quote, and, quote, therefore, we are unable to attest to the fairness, openness, and transparency of the TPS body-worn camera procurement process. So it's pretty sad that you're going to look at approving $5 million a year on something that your own reports acknowledge that what we already paid $500,000 for, there wasn't in fact fairness in this procurement process. You got to wonder who's getting kickbacks from it. Moving on to the police reform issue, the report uses begin or beginning 5 times in relation to this being the start of changes to policing. You conclude your report by talking of, quote, the conversation has started with these town hall meetings. The reality is board member appointments last an average of less than 4 years. The fact that some board members may think that this is a new conversation that is just starting belies the reality that this is a conversation that started long before most current board members had any clue what issues actually surround policing. Part of your solution is to extend 2 subcommittees, but your own recommendations in the report all show that the recommendations of those subcommittees are repetitive, that both the Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel and the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel make the same suggestions for change. These are the same recommendations individuals were making even before those panels were formed 3 and 4 years ago, and they are the same recommendations that will be being made in a year's time, so long as this board only acts by starting conversations. The board desperately needs public input, but that should be happening at public board meetings, not in subcommittees, not that they don't have their place. I've repeatedly said you've repeatedly said it'll take time to hire more mental health nurses, and yet you've been saying that for years. If the board actually acted on those things that all agree upon, instead of calling for more reports and committees to seek unanimous consensus of everybody about every aspect of police reform, then any action would have been taken long before this. As demonstrated when the service developed their core values and competency frameworks, just a few meetings involving both the public and police in an open, unrestricted discussion of priorities, concerns, and solutions with a dynamic sharing of ideas, so long as leaders accept and follow the results, can repeatedly produce universally accepted results in a matter of a few months. The board's current methodology of having some public meet privately in subcommittees with 1 or 2 board members to canvass the public sentiment and make recommendations is most effective at producing masses of redundant reports, but generally yield marginal results rather than meaningful and substantial reforms that the public...
Mr. Langenfeld, you're over 3.5 minutes. I'll have to stop you there. Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions for Mr. Langenfeld? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you, as usual, for your comments, Mr. Langenfeld. Have a good day. Newbie, next speaker.
Yes, Chair. Our next speaker is Dallas. Dallas, can you hear us?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, and you'll be followed by Berkeley State. Dallas, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. So I was originally scheduled to give this deputation in June alongside the original report, and I hoped that over the summer the board would listen to the demands of Black and Indigenous communities and organizations and realize that what is necessary is not a rebranding of police, but a concrete commitment to defunding. Unfortunately, having read the new report and its recommendations, I echo what the previous speakers have said. It's clear that the board is not willing to take a leadership role in actually reimagining and transforming public safety and listening to Torontonians. The report admits that in the board's own public consultation process, the majority of community members advocated for an alternative approach to public safety based on proactively addressing the social determinants of crime instead of reactively relying on policing and criminalization, and funding this approach by reducing the funding of police services in Toronto. The majority of speakers said this to the board. However, despite this claim, the report makes no concrete or tangible commitments to this approach. Now, there are 3 areas in which the report merely hints at this approach, but none are satisfactory. The first is in finding efficiencies or savings in the Toronto Police Services budget. Let me be clear. We do not want the Toronto Police Services to criminalize and kill racialized Torontonians more frugally or efficiently. We demand that you defund, which means taking the police's money, lots of it, all of it, and investing it in communities. Second, the report follows in the footsteps of its predecessor in advocating expanding and reforming the Mental Crisis Intervention Team, a program that remains internal to the Toronto Police Services. Instead of listening to the community and removing the program from the Toronto Police Services, the report suggests redesigning officers' uniforms. Why not disarm them or send no cops at all? A new uniform will not prevent a cop from killing someone in the midst of a mental health crisis. Third, the report leaves the door open to diverting TPS funding to non-police services, but only if they ever get developed, and makes no concrete commitments to it, as many previous speakers have said. This ignores that there are many organizations in the city doing work that does proactively address social harm. We could be funding those organizations immediately, or immediately diverting money from the TPS budget to build a new model now instead of waiting to an undisclosed amount of time for it to happen. Instead of working towards the transformative defunding that Torontonians have been demanding, this report asks us to be satisfied with police rebranding. People have talked a lot today about rebuilding public trust, but this is more about the reputation of the police than actually stopping violence. The new report makes a lot of recommendations, but like the city council item before it, it makes no concrete commitment to defunding the police and the deep social change it requires. Like the police reforms of the past few decades, this report is more committed to trying to salvage waning public trust in police through rebranding than ending the murder and mistreatment of Black and Indigenous Torontonians by police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none and hearing none. Thank you for taking the time to be with us this afternoon. Doobie, please put on the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Berkeley State, to be followed by Natalia. Berkeley, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great. The August 10th report from the Ontario Human Rights Commission highlights an ongoing need that I see the August 11th Policing Reform Report makes an attempt to address. I'm glad we've made it to the point where we can admit we have a problem, but what I wish to communicate today is the degree to which this is not the solution you hope it to be. Back in the 19th century, the RCMP, at the time the NWMP, established a template as an organization dedicated to the control and subjugation of Indigenous populations. These institutional foundations were then used as a model for the development of civic police forces, including Toronto's. Though the ways and means have changed, discriminatory principles remain at the heart of modern policing, bolstered by a culture of solidarity in upholding them. To read that the Policing Reform Report builds on and expands the existing efforts of the Toronto Police Service does not inspire hope. In fact, it fills me with anxiety that our currently broken system has not yet finished its downward trend. Investing further into an institution built around prejudicial bones, even with the best of intentions, only grows its tainted influence. Every additional unit, no matter how you fashion it or train it or present it to the public, as long as it's within the TPS, it strengthens the entrenchment that these principles have. Let me reinvent an idiom. When all you have is a hammer, you're maybe not the best person to hire to knit a sweater. Even if you throw millions of dollars at internally developing the best hammer knitting techniques, when push comes to shove, those hammer instincts are going to come out. And that sweater you made isn't keeping anyone warm. So rather than investing in more hammers, I need you to invest smarter. And as a white colonizer myself, safely removed from so many different structures of marginalization, I'm not the one to tell you how to do that. And I have to put to you the question of who is really being heard in this process. Even this series of deputations, of town halls and written submissions selects for my voice. I have the time and the flexibility to attend. I have a dialect and a way of speaking that might better appeal to your ears. So that question emerges of who you're really listening to. There's recognition in your report that work must be done in partnership with Toronto's diverse communities. Why are you not hiring consultation from Black Lives Matter Toronto or Not Another Black Life to tap into the communities they were built by and for? Why are you not reaching out to incorporate the work of supporting groups like Surge, OPERG, or Progress Toronto? Having listened in on previous meetings, why does it seem like so many ideas are being heard for the first time? What I'd like to do is implore you to look further. Look beyond what you see as easy solutions. Dig into the historical effectiveness of body-worn cameras, of anti-racist police training, and come to understand why so many see them as empty gestures. Real, meaningful change is hard, and it will require more of you than you have previously offered. Do what's right, not just what's right in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time today to call in. We all appreciate it. Doobie, next speaker.
Next speaker, number 10, Natalia, to be followed by Steve Louie. Natalia, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Board, and thank you to everyone that has gone up before me. I'd like to echo what the previous speaker had said and to share that last year I was walking down a dark street and a group of young boys were headed my way. They picked up speed and began to run at me. Having gone to school where our dances were canceled for safety reasons, I was not unfamiliar with the intentions of young men. And so as they charged, I sidestepped and I chased them in turn with a smile. Seeing that they were not to be feared, but were equals in play brought out a lot of laughter. This was unexpected, and the story had a happy outcome. While I cannot speak about why some set out with intent to do harm, I do acknowledge that each one of us is both a child and a friend, as well as a person capable of ill will. And in a fractal way from the self to the family, the neighborhood, and community, we have a responsibility to reflect and nurture good thoughts and deeds. It is too costly to externalize that responsibility. The way forward acknowledged that to contain costs, fundamental change is needed. This included a shift in dealing with mental health issues by society as a whole. Would Ms. Paquette be alive today if we had wellness workers, people who are trained in engaging directly with individuals who have schizophrenia? Perhaps trained teams could come from families that have experienced living with a person with schizophrenia and can engage with the sensitivity that that state requires. Beyond this, what role can mediators play? Or what other supports could the TTC workers be given to cope with the state of mental health that is leading to a spike of suicides, or to euphemize, injury at track level closures? The August 10th HART report details recommendations for alternative community safety response models to identify the categories of calls that might be addressed, develop alternatives, and to fund them. Affected persons and affected families, along with providers such as the Center for Mindfulness Studies and others, must work collaboratively with the City, the government area, and the groups you've already listed. Oregon's Cahoots model is an example of what works, but any solution must be customized by and for the people of Toronto. Looking at the July meeting item number 3, the report acknowledges that law enforcement is not the sole solution to many of the challenges our city faces. I strongly agree and support recommendation 4B. Regarding 4C, clarification is needed on how the alternative will be assessed and how the demand for regular police presence will be measured and by whom. Here, I would suggest that the board's anti-racism advisory panel and the board's mental health and addictions advisory panel, which would be made permanent, be involved in the decision, especially as it pertains to the reallocation of funding from the MCIT program to an alternative model. It is important that the initial group of alternative community wellness workers are an exceptional batch, both in their empathy and their awareness for personal safety. And even then, addressing community needs will not be an overnight fix. Trust takes time to build. Considering recommended trainings, the Ethics, Inclusivity, and Human Rights course could increase awareness about lived experience. However, it is through ongoing engagement on par with members of the community that empathy is built. For instance, the Cities for Peace is a program delivered in LA that brings together the formerly incarcerated, victims of violence, and police officers to undergo mediation, meditation, and conflict de-escalation training. Programs such as this, which provide tools for self-reflection as well as a space to relate across community roles, are an aspect of eliminating systemic racism and building peace. A strict code of ethics must coincide with the training for use of force for those beginning with the Toronto Police College, and the use of force policy must clearly reflect this, along with the prioritization of non-violent de-escalation strategies and techniques. We're not warriors, we're humans. Service comes along with authority and respect, a privilege that is afforded not just by the uniform, but by the acts performed for the well-being of the community. We're living in a time of high tension and declining trust, but even so, there's always a way for graceful transitions that do not hurt any of the parties involved. And I hope the
Thank you very much.
You're
only 3.5 minutes, so I'll have to cut you there. But thank you. Your comments were very, very thoughtful. Board members, any questions? I actually have one question for you. Can you give me a little bit more? I just cut you off, and that was very interesting in what you were trying to finish saying there. So if you could just finish your statement, I'd appreciate it.
You actually cut me off right as I finished, so thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your comments. That they were very helpful to the board, and we've noted them. Will be next speaker.
Our next speaker is Steve Louie, to be followed by Alex Lapianka. Steve, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Hart and Board, for having me. I want to indicate my support for Chair Hart's report and the recommendations contained within it. I also want to thank Upala Chandrasekera for her formative work with both ARAF and the Mental Health and Addiction Advisory Panel. She'll be missed. I look forward to continuing to work with Toronto Police Services and the two committees to create a community-focused crisis response system. As we know from the Loku inquest, this will require acknowledging the impact of racism, leveraging the experiences and outcomes of police and non-police response to crisis calls, as well as best practices from other jurisdictions, to develop a made-in-Toronto crisis response system that is well connected to community mental health and addiction services. And I would also note that Andrew actually had been calmed by his neighbors before he was shot. So it's clear that there is a role for peers and the community in creating non-police crisis. However, in order for this to occur, the province of Ontario will need to make major investments in community mental health and addiction services, and they haven't been doing so. In 2011 and 2013, the Ontario Chiefs of Police and the Canadian Chiefs of Police noted that police were the default 24/7 mental health crisis response service in local communities due to a historic lack of investment in mental health and addiction services. To put this in perspective, in 1979, Ontario's mental health spending accounted for over 10% of health spending. It's now just over 6%. The provincial government has promised to increase mental health and addiction spending over 10 years by $3.8 billion, which works out to only an annualized increase of $380 million for the whole province, a 2% increase. While this investment would be welcomed, and Toronto could expect to receive up to $74 million annualized, this will not significantly improve access to mental health and addiction services. In 2012, the Mental Health Commission of Canada recommended that all provinces increase the mental health share of spending to 9% of health and 2% of social spending. The current provincial commitment gets us 30% of the way. Last October, City Council unanimously approved a motion by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam for Toronto to call on the federal government to meet the Mental Health Commission spending target. If this happened, Toronto would see annualized funding for mental health and addictions increase by $300 million, and social spending, which could be used for supportive housing, increase by $600 million. Currently, we don't have a commitment from the provincial government, which has pledged to match the current federal funding for the $74 million that Toronto needs as a minimum. We need to work together to reduce our reliance on police response in mental health crises and ensure that more community-based alternatives are in place that could work with police divisions and Ontario health teams in Toronto to coordinate access to community-based crisis services and other support. MAP has discussed these recommendations in the report before you, but we want the board to write the provincial government and ask them to flow the federal funding and provincial match funding to Toronto now to increase access to community crisis services and other support. We also expect that our panel will have more to say about crisis response once the SIU and Section 11 reports are made public with regard to the death of Mrs. Korchinski-Paquette. And in addition to discussions we are having around the implementation of the Loku inquest recommendation and the mental health strategy. We're also interested in what other deputants will have to say today, and we would like to have further discussions on these issues. But again, finally, we would ask that you do write the province about the need to increase funding for community-based crisis services and other supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions? I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for all of the work that you've done to help the police service on the mental health side of things. Your work's invaluable and your leadership is well respected by all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Molitor has a question.
Yeah, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. And I echo our thanks to you, Mr. Lurie. I know you've been part of this journey for many decades. And this is the first time, as you may have heard me say earlier, that I am as hopeful as the most hopeful amongst us. Is there anything that you have paid particular attention to that we are doing that you would really encourage us to either to do and to do more of or to stop doing? I know that's a big question, but you're one of the people who understands the mental health sector and the way it intersects with policing in a particularly unique way, and we have had the advantage of Ms. Chandrasekera at the table, and now we have you at the table, and I'm hoping that you can offer us some further guidance on what we might focus more deeply on or stop doing. Thank you.
Well, I think what we've heard today in the deputations about maybe the opportunity as TPS moves forward with trying to increase the 24/7 availability of MCIT services while this parallel work is going on building services, it might be useful to try developing a pilot approach where MCIT goes out first when, but the responders could be given a sort of a checklist to say, which of these conditions are going on when the 9/11 call comes in, and then maybe just, deploy the nursing staff without necessarily the PRU responding first. That's been a contentious issue for a number of years at the mental health panel and the mental health advisory panel. But I think as we explore more, given some of the work that Rachel Bromberg and colleagues are doing around options like Kahoot, to discuss more with the Gerstein Center, which is only the only full-blown crisis system that we have in Toronto. And that's the other thing I think we need to note. Scarborough has a hospital crisis intervention team, but no community-based response. And the west end of Toronto, which used to have one operated by St. Eliz, hasn't had a community-based crisis response for many years. So we really have to look at ways now to increase the availability of community-based crisis response services.
Thank you for that. And I know that we have Ms. Bromberg speaking to us later in a few deputants, so we look forward to that. Thank you.
Steve, thanks very much. Again, thank you for your comments and thanks for your support. Doobie, next speaker.
The next speaker is Alex Lapianka, to be followed by Marie Glass. Alex, can you hear us?
Hi there. Yes.
Hi.
So I've been a resident of University of Rosedale for the past 3 years. I just want to first thank the board for this opportunity to give this deposition in this meeting. But I also want to note the sense of urgency that informed my deputation when it was written a month ago, as long in sense that informed many others. I think of the many deputants who, and this was spoken to earlier, many deputants who are prepared to speak in July. Not all are present today or were able to carry the intensity and conviction of what their words would have conveyed last month. So I appreciate that the chair is going to draw attention to the ongoing reality in which the role of policing has come under close scrutiny. I am also critical of his recommendations that were made in the report that we have before us, due to the fact that they only serve to increase the scope of policing in Toronto. So as the report acknowledges, neither the Toronto Police Service nor any police body in general is equipped to provide the full range of services upon which community safety and well-being rely. Where the report comes short is first in its failure to address the structural lack of independent oversight, especially by civilian bodies like the City Council over TPS budgeting and internal investigation. The proposed expansion of mandates of TPS entities, including the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel and the proposed ethics training, would only continue to redirect city resources from underinvested social services, from everything from housing to cultural programs, which are all better equipped to serve community safety and well-being than police bodies like the TPS. So the way that I understand this report is like a minor intervention that proposes to pay lip service more or less to the ongoing calls for structural change without actually accomplishing these. These recommendations only really serve to expand the scope of policing in Toronto without doing anything to address the underlying and ongoing systemic violence against Black and Indigenous bodies upon which modern policing in Canada is structured. So while I could foresee substantive change following from independent auditing and service accountability as recommended to the board, I would like to register my doubt that such changes would or could be initiated by the TPS board and that they would ultimately honor the public's call to diminish the scale of policing in Toronto. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for calling in. Doobie, please put on the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marie Glass, to be followed by Ryan Murdoch. Marie, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. First off, Mayor Tory, it's nice of you to join us, though I did enjoy watching you sleep for the last half hour. To the rest of the board, did you decrease the deputation times again so you could bag off early like the June virtual meeting I spoke at, or do you not know grade school math? 35 deputations at 5 minutes each is under 3 hours. Screw every single one of you, because not one of you thought it was more important to hear your community than to have the afternoon off. Not one opposed, and you admitted to making that vote without knowing how many speakers were actually on the line. You're an absolute joke, every single one of you. I'm speaking today to echo the call to defund the police and to have that savings allocated in the interest of the community they supposedly serve. A myriad of educated and attainable solutions have been presented to you. Read your notes. An additional $50 million over 10 years is a slap in the face to your community. We do not want 341 new uniformed officers in the streets to bully, harass, beat, and kill citizens in the name of defending property or performing wellness checks. We do not want more or less lethal weapons. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how absurd that is? Nobody asked for that. I do not want body cams to allow me to watch my neighbors get murdered by the police. Body cams that furthermore are proven to reinforce police brutality because the officers feel they have evidence that they are in the right. I do not want a police force that feels entitled to be plaintiff, jury, judge, and executioner in every confrontation. I want 341 homes for the housing insecure. I do not want to hear the term fare evasion ever again. I want nonviolent intervention. I want rehab. I want affordable mental health care. I want people who rely on ODSP to receive a living wage, not a lifetime of punishment for their inability to fully participate in wage slavery. I want libraries. I want after-school programs. I want affordable post-secondary education so we can break the cycle of poverty and the disproportionate punishment of petty crime that keeps the police employed. I want preventable, not punitive measures. I want 341 people of color to have another fucking birthday. I want real accountability, not investigations and evaluations by sympathetic ex-cops. I want real and consistent care for all people in our community, and that cannot happen if the police keep lining our pockets with their taxes. The police are the only fuckers who fail to brief year on year and come shamelessly asking for a raise. It makes me sick. If I had their performance record, I would be destitute. Every single officer joining the police in this climate becomes complicit in the murder of members of their community the day they swear in. Every single one of you who accepts a raise or a promotion or even just accepts a paycheck on a Friday is a murderer through your inaction. And for every boot-licking city council member who voted against defunding the police, the blood of every single person who suffers or dies over the next 5 years because you didn't wrest that money from the police and invest it where it is needed is on your fucking hands. Especially you, Mayor Tory. This is your legacy. A murderer, a callous coward, too afraid to stand up for the change your community wants and deserves, but most importantly needs. If you cared about your constituents, you would do everything in your power to eliminate the need for police. I hope every single time the police fail a citizen, you feel personally responsible because you are. And if you think this is radical, if you think I am radical, I wasn't until the police killed my neighbor. Regis Korchinski-Paquette had epilepsy and lived one building away from me. I have 3 friends who also have severe epilepsy. They have all been violently restrained and arrested just after seizures because the police are ill-equipped. This is me being generous, by the way, to de-escalate and create a safe space for someone post-seizure. These friends have been having seizures around their family, partners, and loved ones for years, and those people don't feel in danger. But for whatever reason, the police and their flak jackets and steel-toed boots do. Regis Korchinski-Paquette had epilepsy and was my neighbor. I believe, like the police let my friends down, they let my neighbor down in her time of need. Let's all take a second and say her name, Regis Korchinski-Paquette. Before the police made Regis into a victim, she was a person. Before the police turned her into a statistic, she was a person. Say her name.
Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Murdoch, followed by Jennifer Chambers. Ryan, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Yeah, so that last caller, yeah, you guys need to listen to her because this whole thing has pretty much been a terrifying joke and showing how getting involved with local government, yeah, what a great idea until the process grinds you down. How many of us have time regularly to get on a call for how long? And then to start the call regarding police defundment, we have to listen to people blather on about Mark freaking Saunders. Like, get real, right? Like, oh my God, like if it wasn't for COVID, I wouldn't have the time to do this shit, right? Like, this is insanity. People have been saying all summer what you guys need to hear, and every time it's the same crap. And I pay just enough attention outside of this sort of time to know that people have been telling you for this for years. Anyway, since you guys don't seem to be able to do much, all right, I want to talk about Dave Grossman, who trains cops in the States all the time, comes up here. And since this should be very simple, Mayor Tory, the rest of you, Google Dave Grossman. And if he ever trains any cop, that cop should be let go, okay? because he is why every encounter with certain individuals, usually people of color, black males, is treated as something terrifying to survive and get home to your family, okay? Google Dave Grossman, okay? He's a small part of this problem, but you guys might be able to do something about that, maybe. It's very questionable, all right? But he has a crazy influence, and he's just helping with the militarization of police and resulting in these deaths, okay? Because they actually think coming to a suicide attempt and shooting the person dead is a success, okay? They think that. Trust me, I actually know policemen, all right? And yeah, they've been trained to do that. So yeah, like all this stuff about everything else is just hilarious. Like, yeah, defund the police, but actually vote more, okay? Like, people on the line talking, I respect you. Wow, you're so informed. You taught me so much over these calls. And when every time they ask about questions, there's almost nothing except maybe Mayor Tory being like, oh, what can you exactly recommend? When really he could have his people Google this crap and read up on it and do some self-education, just a little bit. It would be awesome. And to think that this board who has Fail Son Ford on it is going to go back and talk and like communicate with their constituent is just like tragic comedy. So anyways, keep trying, folks. Keep talking. I don't think they're listening. Do direct action. Speaker, and all of you, respect, mad respect. The board, yeah, the respectability politics that go on this board where you just sit around thanking each other for stuff is just awesome. Like, I don't know what you're thanking each other for. As far as I can tell, you have accomplished very, very little. So, yeah, wow. I'm so happy I spent 3 separate days or whatever the hell it's been, for 3 minutes and had to sit through, I don't even know how long, of thanking a chief who I think did, like, what? Yeah, he had so much time to do so much and accomplish so little. I can only hope I get paid throughout life as much as he did to accomplish so little. So anyways, thanks. No, not really. It was sad.
Board members, any questions?
Terrible.
Hearing none. Thank you. Sylvie, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jennifer Chambers, speaker number 15, to be followed by Rachel Bromley. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, thanks. As community co-chair of the Mental Health and Addiction Advisory, member of the Anti-Racism Panel, former member of PACER, I support the recommendations brought forward. I also know they're merely a beginning. I'll otherwise be addressing you today as the Executive Director of the Empowerment Council to offer additional perspective in implementing the recommendations. The Council is directed entirely by people with personal experience in mental health and addiction issues. In terms of alternative crisis prevention and response models, we need to look at safety in mental health services as well as alternatives to policing. Mental health services as well as police have used force with racial bias. If we want to save lives and preserve quality of life, we have to do this with all the services. Toronto should not imitate the American Cahoots model when there are examples of more empowering services that exist in Toronto right now, such as Gerstein Crisis Center or Sometimes Support Services. And the Shawabi is an example of culturally responsive health service that includes a mobile team. All of these services could be expanded and could be modeled for the development of other support services rooted in the communities that they serve. If community support services were adequately funded to be responsive to the needs of the public, the police could be bypassed entirely without even contacting 911 in many cases. This would automatically make community services the first responder. Services can coordinate with the Toronto Police Service while at the same time retain their community integrity by remaining accountable solely to their community boards. People with personal experience with crisis were surveyed about what crisis services they wanted before the MCIT was formed. They said they wanted non-coercive, non-medical model crisis supports. They got the MCIT, which is neither of those things, as it's both police and hospital-based. Even though there are many good people involved with the MCIT, there's evidence that people do better with services that meet their self-identified needs, so it's important to attend to what people say they need. Community-based supports that meet people's basic human needs, such as housing and services that can both prevent and address crisis, have been losing ground relative to Toronto's needs where the police budget has expanded. This report requires the TPSB to advocate for community-based supports to prevent and address crises. People can't be policed out of the effects of poverty, prejudice, and abuse. Just as police and mental health services require greater community accountability, so does the hybrid, the mobile crisis intervention teams, which is why there's a recommendation for MCIT steering committee. Money. For there to be meaningful changes in the options available to people in crisis in Toronto, TPSB must be successful in its advocacy for outside money and search inside the police budget for money for what's recommended here. Everything's going to depend on there being enough money for community-based supports. As far as police training, Toronto Police Service members are going to continue to need training in peaceful and empathic interacting, even if most crisis calls are ultimately addressed by other services. The majority of people in the criminal justice system are survivors of trauma, and many victims are also traumatized, so there'll be no lack of need for these continuing skills. The proposed content and community involvement and delivery of police training as recommended here is excellent, as is the need for independent assessment of its effect. The evaluative component of training referred to in the standards for assessing the Loku recommendations, that is perceived value by police officers, should be critically examined when reviewed, because the people who need it the most may like it the least. Also, again, coming to money, the recommendations of training here outline extensive community involvement, but without financial involvement, these are just words on the page. Moral support, which is all the support community-based training of police has been getting in the last decade, won't cut it. In fact, it's repeatedly been demonstrated to be a failure. The offer that PACER members be involved in anti-bias training, inquest recommendation that training be by people with experience, the willingness to have a pilot in 2 divisions as recommended in the Loku inquest have all failed without the resources to support it.
Jennifer, I've got to wrap you up there because you're at 3:40. I have to wrap you up.
Okay, thanks.
You got a lot in 3:40, that's for sure.
I did, thank you.
Board members, any questions? I just want to thank you, Jennifer, for all the work you've done on both of our panels. You're a tremendous asset, so dedicated, and have helped us immensely getting these reports forward today. So I want to thank you. I've already thanked Steve, but I would be remiss in not thanking you for the tremendous work that you've done.
I know I can always do more and better, and thank you. And I have a written submission as well that you'll see.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Doobie, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rachel Bromberg, to be followed by James Armstrong. Rachel, can you hear us?
My name is Rachel Bromberg, and I'm the co-founder of the Reach Out Response Network, which will be partnering with the City Manager's Office to design and pilot a civilian-led mental health emergency service integrated into 911 dispatch. Our network is pleased to see in the recent report that there's finally consensus that police should not be first responders to nonviolent mental health crises, and that an alternative civilian-led service needs to be built to take these calls. We're hopeful that the TPSB, the city, and other key stakeholders will provide the funding and resources necessary to ensure the success of the new civilian-led service. The TPSB report recommends that in the interim, while the new service is being developed, the police-partnered MCIT should be expanded so it can operate 24/7 and take on a greater volume of calls. Our network believes that this interim solution is reasonable and necessary, provided that it remains an interim solution. Crisis response by a specially trained police officer and mental health nurse is certainly preferable to response by only a primary response unit of police officers with no specialized training. However, the ideal solution to nonviolent mental health crisis is a civilian-led team, separate from the police department. The Toronto Police Services Board must not lose sight of this ultimate goal in its planning for MCIT expansion. Even the best MCIT in the world, with the nicest and best trained police officers, would still be inferior to a civilian-led team. That's because any type of police response to mental health crisis promotes stigma. Police response to mental health crisis promotes the myth that people in crisis are dangerous, violent, or criminals. The role of police is to prevent violence and fight crime. So when police respond to mental health crisis, their presence implies that people in crisis are violent or criminals. However, mental health crisis is not a crime. It's a health crisis that requires a response by trained healthcare experts, such as peer workers and clinicians. Our network has collected a lot of data, which we've provided to the TPSB, that demonstrates that people in mental health crisis have very, very, very low rates of violence. No frontline worker on any civilian-led mobile crisis team has ever been seriously injured or killed during a call. These calls are not dangerous calls. However, police response to them promotes the false perception that these calls are in fact dangerous and that people in crisis are scary, which creates stigma. We think that response by a civilian team of mental health experts will effectively reduce that stigma by reframing mental health crisis as a health crisis rather than a crisis of violence or crime. A police-partnered MCIT, no matter how well-resourced or well-trained, will never be able to eliminate that stigma. Therefore, we hope that as the Toronto Police Service Board expands the current MCIT, they will build into that expansion a 5-year plan in which the MCIT is ramped up and then scaled down to transition to the new civilian-led service. We hope that a pilot for the new service will be in place by early 2022, at which time the expanded MCIT will need to begin to transition its role and scope. MCIT expansion may effectively bridge the gap between what we have now and what we will have 5 years from now. However, we also hope that the Toronto Police Services Board will remember that a civilian-led service that reduces stigma and promotes better outcomes for service users is the ultimate goal of all these reforms. We therefore hope that the TPSB will effectively resource and support the new mental health emergency service and that it will begin planning for the eventual transition for the new service as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Board members? Questions? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. Your comments were very informative and we appreciate them. Oh, just 1 second, don't leave yet. I think Vice Chair Molnar has a question. Just put her hand up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Bromberg. I appreciate that you have, as have other people on this call, a great deal of expertise in this area. And I appreciate your recommendation that we should have a pilot for an interim period before moving to civilian-led teams. I'm interested in knowing where, and I think we've heard from town halls the different places where this exists as a model, but could you please refresh our memory as to where civilian-led teams may be operating in Canada, and if not in Canada, in the world? Thank you.
Yeah, so there aren't civilian-led teams that we know of that are integrated into 911 dispatch that operate in Canada. There are a lot of teams like the Gerstein Center, for example, that are civilian-led mobile crisis teams run through their own services with their own separate number. But in terms of integrated into 911, the team in Eugene, Oregon, Cahoots, everyone's favorite team. Olympia, Washington has a team. Denver, Colorado has a team. Austin, Texas has a team. Stockholm, Sweden has a team. There are a few others, there are actually many others that are currently being built and are going to launch soon. So New York City has one, Oakland, Portland, Houston, which is about the same size as Toronto, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Albuquerque, New Mexico is planning on launching theirs early next year. There are a whole bunch. We've provided this data to the Toronto Police Services Board, and I'm happy to provide it to you personally as well if you're interested in that.
Thank you. I do believe I saw that come in during or after the town hall, so I appreciate you running it through, especially for those of us who are newer to the board. And in the course of the implementation, which I appreciate is an ongoing, people are ramping up to this model, municipalities are ramping up to this model. Has there been any insight you can offer us around the local police response to this model, the integrated civilian-led teams integrated into 911?
Yeah, so in a lot of places, I mean, in almost all the places that we've been connected with, the police response has been very positive. We see this service as a complement to policing services, and it's sort of helping police do the things they do best, which is focusing on crime, preventing crime, responding to crime, whereas helping healthcare experts respond to healthcare crises. So, for example, in Denver, the police department has been incredibly supportive. The same thing in Portland. The fire department in Portland has also been incredibly supportive. We find that partnerships within currently existing emergency services like EMS and police and fire are very necessary in making these teams work effectively. So what we see, for example, in Denver, Olympia, Eugene, the civilian teams carry police radios. So they can be dispatched via 911, and if they're on scene and they're in a situation that they feel like requires police backup, they can call police directly. And that builds trust in terms of, the police trust that the civilian team can handle, when they're going out into the field, they have that trust. But they also, the civilian team also trusts the police that if they need extra support, they can call in and get that immediately.
That's very, very helpful. I look forward to pursuing these models with our existing police service. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, board members? Again, thank you for calling in, and in particular, thank you for all of the written material you provided us. It's always very helpful.
Yeah, thank you for your interest in it.
Thank you. Moving next speaker.
The next speaker, number 17, is Jade Armstrong, to be followed by Andres Yates. Jade, can you hear us?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thanks so much. In response to the report titled Policing Reform Initiatives, I believe if the 80 recommendations are implemented, not very much will change in the way policing is done in Toronto. The report lacks concrete and tangible change. It is serious change that the public wants with policing, not just more recommendation reviews and reports. On police budget and budgetary transparency, budget cuts being demanded by the public are not arbitrary, and I resent the use of this word in the document. Divesting from the inflated $1 billion police budget does not have to be random or without reason if the board wills it. The report then goes on to state that the city is not adequately served if the share of the city's funds committed to policing results in the underfunding of programming and services that eliminate the root causes of crime. It is great to see the board finally recognize this reality. However, I'd like to see actual numbers and percentages being recommended in this report, such as the start of 30%, 50%, or 80% budget reduction goals by certain dates. If the police were serious about public safety, they would understand how heavy their role is in robbing funds from investments that proactively reduce crime, and how these funds need to be redistributed immediately, not after consultation. For example, something along the lines of direct the chief of police to work with the executive director and the city manager to identify opportunities for the development of alternative crime prevention and services outside of the TPS, with a budget reduction of 50% by 2020, for example. Setting parameters and goals is crucial at early stages of change, and I wish I saw more of this in the report. Without even knowing fully how the complete police budget is spent, we already know there is room in how the TPS is run that could be changed immediately to start freeing up funds. For example, after dark, the TPS requires 2 police officers in a patrol car. This is not only a waste of resources, but it leads to risky pursuits and behavior. It's been recommended to the board from the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition for years, and yet nothing has been done. It frustrates me that every other city budget, such as libraries, arts, housing, is faced with quote-unquote arbitrary cuts that they must deal with, while the police get an additional $35 million for body cameras and additional anti-racism training that has done little to change policing in the city. The report also does not adequately address the inherent violence of the TPS uniform. Officers will continue to have a gun, a taser, and a baton, and most will wear body armor to ensure that they look intimidating. Police do not need weapons to keep the peace. Disarming the police immediately will save lives, and I do not see this in this report. It also doesn't address deeper issues within police culture. Officers will continue to be managed as they are now with the same managers who have decades of experience within the police hierarchy, fully enthralled in police culture with its systemic history of discrimination against Blacks, Indigenous persons, and people of color. Changes in senior management of the police service, including bringing in senior managers from outside of policing, will do more for fundamental change within the TPS than just advisory panels and more training. If the board is truly contemplating fundamental change, I do not see it in these recommendations. I want to see the board acting quicker and more concretely towards a total abolishment of the police service. The risk
Thank you.
of
You're
those
at 3.5
in crisis.
minutes, so I'll have to stop you there. But thank you very much. Board members, any questions? Seeing none. Again, thank you for your thoughtful deputation. We appreciate it.
Take care.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Andres Yates, to be followed by Jason Prolis. Andres, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and hear it.
Thank you. So my name is Andres Yates, and I would just like to start by saying that I am humbled by many of my fellow deputants and their words, which are far more well thought out and well researched than any that I will offer. I am speaking here because I signed up to give a deputation when this was originally planned to take place well over a month ago. And I am very frustrated by the fact that everything about this situation requires a level of urgency that the Toronto Police Services and the Toronto City Council and Mayor Tory seem determined to slow to a crawl. We need change now. The members of our community who are facing violence on the part of the Toronto Police need change now. They do not need change years from now. They do not need change after long studies have already taken place. They need change immediately, because lives will continue to be lost while people are dithering and gradually talking about whether or not to possibly cut the police budget by 10%, which even such a meager cut as that was not able to be implemented. I am, like many of my fellow deputants, quite disgusted that more money is being spent on providing body cameras to police. Body cameras do not prevent police violence, just like police do not prevent crime. Police respond to crime, and police body cameras at best can only respond after the fact, after police have already committed violence against the people they are meant to protect. I am not a member of the Black community. I am a white colonizer, but I am ashamed of the way that the Toronto Police Services has failed the Black community and the Indigenous community and communities of color in Toronto. And we as Torontonians should all be ashamed and embarrassed and horrified at the way that our fellow citizens do not have access to safety. It is imperative that they gain access to safety, the access to safety that somebody like I can enjoy. And this change has to happen now. I'm sick of waiting. I'm sick of delays. And I want to know why we have to keep waiting for so long to see any kind of meaningful, real change happening. It is incredibly frustrating, and this change needs to happen immediately. We need to defund the police, demilitarize the police, take away their weapons, and make the streets safe, finally, for people who are not safe from the Toronto Police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions? Seeing none and hearing none, thank you again for your comments. To the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jason Prolas, to be followed by Howard Morton. Jason, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Excellent. Hello, my name is Jason Prolas. Thank you for having me here today. I've been working independently of late as an ally to anti-racist movements. Like a typical engineer, I sponged up stats and budget line items. I bore witness at protests and occupations. As a white, able-bodied male, I have no lived experience with police misconduct. What I do have is privilege. And so I'm here today to bring my privilege to bear on you, board. Before I make my points, a quick reminder that body language speaks volumes, even on a video call. Your staff's well-trained and will get along just fine until the meeting concludes. Your nieces and nephews' Instagram stories will still be available after close of business, so please pay close attention. When talking of defunding the Toronto Police Service, it seems logical to consider the breadth and nature of calls they handle. I went looking for these stats online, but was disappointed to find incomplete information. Sure, there's a portal where one can search stats on the more heinous crimes. There's a brief comparison of the quantity of emergency versus non-emergency calls given in the TPS budget attachment to the 2019 Toronto City budget. But there is no truly detailed accounting of all service calls received by the Toronto Police Service available to the public. I'd like to call attention to the police service in New Haven, Connecticut, who has done such an accounting. They broke down all service calls received in the last 2 years into categories, such as domestic dispute, trespass, assaults, and so on. Let me say the raw data is quite striking. Having a similar accounting in Toronto would help root talks of defunding in more quantitative data. Let us see how often armed police service people are really needed on a call. Your Police Reform in Toronto report released this month seems to scratch the surface in recommendation items 1A and 3, but does not go far enough. By now, you've heard the cries of protesters and the anguish of Black, Indigenous, and racialized voices. Even when presented with a clear, concise, and widely ratified list of demands from Black Lives Matter, your report's recommendations are either too soft or altogether miss the mark. So I hope you each understand that you will be held personally accountable for this inaction and the resultant further actions of the Toronto Police Service and the citizens they harm. This concludes my deputation, but please don't thank me. I instead request you ask forgiveness from the Black, Indigenous, and other racialized communities of Toronto and pledge to do better. I yield my time.
Board members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for calling in. Moving next speaker.
Our next speaker is Howard Morton, to be followed by Luke Oppenhoff. Howard, can you hear?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. These submissions are made on behalf of the Law Union of Ontario. We filed a number of materials with you. I hope that you have them before you, and I appreciate you may not have had an opportunity to read all the material for today, but I ask you to read them when you have a chance. In those materials, we've attempted to identify and recommend specific reforms which are of immediate concern and have widely held support among Torontonians. And most importantly, they're doable now. The two reports you are considering this morning are admirable in their breadth and in their foresight in proposing long-term solutions to reform policing. However, these reports fail to identify and make recommendations in areas which are of immediate concern and require immediate implementation. In short, you must start today to redefine policing in terms of its mandate, policing culture, and policing methods of operation. We've set out a number of headings of the various reforms we're suggesting. I don't have time to run through them, and again, I urge you to take a look at them. In summary, though, in terms of all of the recommendations we've put forward, we don't need any further proposals for plans, research, or anything done. These things have been studied to death and are ready to go now. There are two areas I would like to specifically address. I had the privilege of acting as counsel for Across Boundaries at the Loku inquest. On June 30th, 2017, more than 3 years ago, 5 ordinary, everyday Torontonians, the jury, adopted virtually every recommendation we made word for word and proposed 17 of the 17 recommendations we put forward. All of them dealt with anti-Black racism in interactions between the police and Black persons in Toronto. All of these recommendations are matters of policy or are informed by policy, and therefore within the board's jurisdiction, even though 14 of them were addressed to the Toronto Police Service by the jury. You are aware, I'm sure, that Across Boundaries is Toronto's only mental health service organization mandated to provide services to Black and racialized persons. In terms of the recommendations, I would specifically ask you to review in detail recommendation number 12, which deals with police culture. I sincerely believe that had these recommendations been implemented, it's now been 3 years and a couple months, had they been implemented forthwith, a number of those persons who have been killed in interactions with the police would still be alive and with us today. The second item I'd like to address specifically is our urging that you reduce the police budget for 2020 at your upcoming quarterly police budget review. Mayor Tory has been quoted, I hope I've got it right, as stating that funding to homelessness, childcare, and transit are on the chopping block in response to the COVID-19 expenses. There is not a single word about the $1.22 billion that this city and its taxpayers spend on policing. 10% of that would...
Mr. Martin, you're at 3:40 now. I have to stop you there.
Can I have 5 seconds? Can I just have 5 seconds?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
I urge you to be brave, be courageous. You have the support of the majority of the public. These demonstrations and protests are not going to go away. So any pushing off into the future and they hope to go away will be wasted time on everybody's behalf. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Board members, any questions of Mr. Martin? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your thoughts. They are truly helpful to the board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Luke Ottenhoff, to be followed by Amy Todd. Luke, can you hear us?
Yep. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, perfect. Okay, today and over the past 3 months, there's been a significant amount of discussion about listening to and centering Black and Indigenous Torontonians with lived experience. In these conversations, consultations, and strategies for moving forward, activists and organizers from these communities have drawn out tens of thousands of our neighbors over the past 3 months to draw attention to the conditions under which they're living. Primarily, they've focused on the roles that white supremacy, anti-Black racism, and the Toronto Police Services play in enforcing these conditions with criminalization, harassment, and violence. These groups, like others across the globe, have united behind one excruciatingly simple and logical ask: defund and abolish the police and redirect those resources to community-led health and safety initiatives that don't enforce those same conditions. I'm curious, given the alleged focus on Black and Indigenous Torontonians and Torontonians with lived experience with these systems, why their very clear, very well-researched calls aren't being respected or pursued. It strikes me as particularly disingenuous to name these communities as having been listened to when the substance of the TPSB's latest report on police reforms doesn't engage with these calls in any meaningful way. In fact, the board's report makes a number of recommendations that do the reverse of these calls, like expanding the MCIT, the same sort of team that would attend calls like those which ended in the deaths or murders of Regis Kurchinski-Paquette, DeAndre Campbell, Ijaz Chaudhry, Andrew Loku, and many more. The report also suggests designing different uniforms for the MCIT, regardless of whether these officers are dressed in blue uniforms or bubble wrap. They're still going to perpetuate the harms that their institution is permitted and indeed committed to enforcing. In addition, it's extra heinous that per the chief's report, the company being contracted to provide TPS's body cameras, Arizona-based Axon, formerly Taser International, is the same one which invented and produced the taser that was used to murder Robert Zakansky in 2007 in Vancouver. In case there's any confusion about this company, one of their board members previously sat on the board for Raytheon, which builds missiles and drones for the U.S. military. It's frightening to see such clear demands be so willfully co-opted and misinterpreted, so I'd like to hear from the board how exactly they feel qualified and indeed comfortable invoking the names of Black and Indigenous Torontonians, Torontonians with lived experience, when they've demonstrated via their reports an ignorance of and disinterest in listening to their demands for health, safety, and equity.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. Debbie, next speaker.
Yes, so next speaker is Amy Todd, to be followed by Pax Santon. Amy, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Todd, and I'm speaking today as a citizen of Toronto. First, as almost every caller has said, it felt disappointing given the amount of community feedback that the report nowhere contains a commitment to defunding the Toronto Police Services. The stated reason that the board says in the report that they cannot yet commit to defunding is statutory. Many sections repeatedly mention that the board cannot make, quote, arbitrary cuts to the police budget if it would affect the ability of the service to provide adequate and effective policing services in the city, as if our current state that puts Black and Indigenous people at risk is adequate or effective. Further, this statement is repeated so many times that it appears to the reader like the board's hands were tied by the Police Services Act, that they couldn't promise to defund the police even if they wanted to, or even if it would make for a safer Toronto. Yet in the Police Services Act that the report links to is line 40, stating that, quote, a board may terminate the appointment of a member of the police force for the purpose of abolishing the police force or reducing its size if the commission consents and if the abolition or reduction does not contravene this act, end quote. The language of the act itself seems to acknowledge that abolishment of the police force is possible without hindering the safety of the communities, and also that the only parties needed are the board and the commission. But instead of focusing on what the board could do, it focuses on what it couldn't. The language of the recommendation seems like the board sought to disempower itself from being the governing body of the force when it is, in fact, the governing body of the force. Instead, these sections make the chief of police the point person in transforming the police services. My questions here are many. When do you think the chief of police will decide it's feasible to redirect funds from the police? Why is the person in charge of the institution to be dismantled tasked with dismantling it? Why is a person steeped in policing tasked with reimagining a Toronto beyond policing? Even if they wanted to genuinely fulfill this mandate, how would they do so against a strong-armed police union? My interpretation of this section is that it makes a scapegoat of the future chief of police by making them the proactive party in diminishing their own jurisdiction and the powers of those whom they've been charged with leading. This plan seems like it's set up to fail while maneuvering responsibility for actual change away from the board. The longest-running chair of the board, Alec Mukherjee, said in his book that, quote, it's clear that the approach of incremental change wouldn't work, that transformation rather than incremental change was necessary, and that the interests of the board and the police are not always identical, end quote. Yet here we are again discussing incremental change rather than radical transformation, and assuming that the interests of the board will be carried out by a police chief with opposing interests. To be frank, for elected members of the board, supporting defunding the police in Toronto may feel like a risky career move, potentially upsetting many of your white middle-class constituents who are notably not impacted by the police in their day-to-day lives. Speaking from experience here as one of those white middle-class people, these constituents are not the people we need to listen to right now, and honestly, many of their minds would be changed quite easily if we just educated them. Honestly, if we had listened to the vocal members of that same group, we might not have taken the unprecedented step to shut down the city for the sake of public health. This is another public health crisis, and this response is not adequate. I urge you to reconsider this document before approving it, put the safety of Black and Indigenous people ahead of your electability, and rewrite it in the lens of what is possible, which is much, much more than in this report and includes defunding and abolishing the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for calling in. Doobie, next speaker.
The next speaker is Pax Santos, to be followed by Serena Curdy. Pax, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Brilliant. Hi, my name is Pax Santos. I'm a researcher, and I was born and raised and currently live in Toronto. First, I want to acknowledge that I'm glad to see the revised report call on the board to review the Toronto Police Services budget. However, on June 8th, the Toronto Board of Health unanimously declared anti-Black racism a public health crisis, with policing specifically listed as one of the key areas contributing to inequality. Further, both of the Ontario Human Rights Commission's interim reports make undeniable how policing is currently a crisis for many people living in Toronto. The report showed the sentiments that Black and brown folks have been expressing for decades are backed up by the data. Despite making up only 8.8% of the population in Toronto, Black folks are nearly 20 times more likely than white folks to be shot and killed by police. Understand that calls to immediately defund the police sound urgent because they are. The TPSC has shown time and again it is ill-equipped to handle people experiencing a mental health crisis. When combined with systemic racism and biases, the outcomes are often deadly. Andrew Loku, Sammy Yatim, Regina Krasinski-Paquette, to name a few. In the past, the responses to these outcries have been calls for increased training and reforms. I'm not going to go over the case why reforms are not the answer. There's been plenty enough research on this already to show it does not work, and it's often used as bait to approve the looming even. To that end, I call on the Toronto Police Services Board, in cooperation with City Council, to immediately defund the Toronto Police Service and redistribute this funding to other vital Toronto services. Such reprioritization should include reinvesting support into community-based health and safety initiatives that focus on, for instance, poverty reduction, social housing programs, and mental health services. This action would be the start in a shift to put crime prevention rather than crime punishment at the heart of how our city conducts itself. Mayor Tory is a key sitting member who bridges the gap between the board and City Council. I call on you to show leadership on this issue. The Toronto Police Service eats up an exorbitant amount of the city budget at $1,076,194,700. This number reflects a very real mission creep in the responsibilities expected of our police service. Police today are expected to be mental health experts, educators, and social workers in an ever-expanding role beyond that of officer of the law. But those experts already exist, meaning these are both unreasonable expectations upon individual police officers themselves and a waste of community resources. This is where the redistribution of funding could have its most positive and immediate impact. Finally, this is about how we, as a community, want to build the kind of city we live in. The truth is, a number of communities in our city, including those with mental illnesses, queer and trans people, people experiencing poverty, the Black and Indigenous and racialized people especially, have been left with deep scars and broken trust in the TPS. Many actively fear the police. Right now, we are presented with a monumental opportunity to create lasting change. We must come together and strike while the iron is hot to build a society where we all have the chance to thrive. Torontonians should be able to trust their own police service in their role to serve and protect. And the proposed redistribution of funding is the best way to start making this a lived reality for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Who'll be next speaker?
Next
Hi, can you hear me?
Serena Purdy. Yes, Serena.
Hi, can you hear me?
Followed by Emma McKay. Yes, Serena, we can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. I'm here as a co-chair of Friends of Kensington Market. We represent both residents and supporters of Kensington Market.
Excuse me, can I just hold you right, can I just stop you right there? I'm not sure if we're having trouble with the line. Are other board members, put thumbs up if you're having trouble hearing.
Are you able to hear me now?
Other board members having trouble hearing, or is it just me? Yes? Yeah, a couple are.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's a line issue or not, but maybe everybody can make sure they have their phones on mute, and I'll hold your time, and sorry about that. If you could just start over. I want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Start now? Is it?
Yeah, you're very clear now. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. My name is Serena Purdy, and I'm here as co-chair of Friends of Kensington Market. We represent both residents and supporters of Kensington Market. The market is known as a unique neighborhood celebrating cultural and ethnic diversity, and we're committed to ensuring that marginalized people have a safe space in the heart of the city. If you yourself have visited us, I hope that you can join me here in your hearts and minds to better understand the humanity of our Black and racialized neighbors whose lives and safety are under constant threat by current police culture. This report states that it is incumbent on the board to consider the police budget in the fuller context of the limited resources available for allocation by the City of Toronto. I would argue that it is broader than that. The provincial context must be considered because of the health consequences of police brutality. The board must also consider the full scope of harm done as a result of police violence. When racial bias is apparent, when one Black, Indigenous, racialized, queer, or other marginalized person is brutalized or denied justice, it echoes through the community. It damages our mental health and feeling of safety because it feels like it could just as easily have happened to us. It echoes through generations as parents and their children attempt to cope with ongoing trauma. The report goes on to say that the budget review can be done with an eye to partnership with and funding for alternative crisis response models. This is a time when decisive course corrections must be made. You're operating in a space where years of conflating tough on crime rhetoric with leadership ability has resulted in a bloated police budget that is starving out the very programs that are proven effective in reducing crime. It is imperative that the board show the strength and humility to prioritize areas where police should step aside fully and cede power and funding to health professionals and qualified community-rooted organizations. Prioritize with clear metrics for TPS fund reduction, identifying areas where they should cede power because police presence and intervention is inappropriate, either because others are more qualified to do the work or they simply are not needed for that kind of intervention, or they are actively harmful to community members who may experience police violence as a result of the interaction or avoid accepting much-needed healthcare and social services in a crisis due to reasonable fear of police violence. I would like to draw the board's attention to two areas among many where the TPS budget can effectively be curbed now in the interest of public health, trust, and safety. The first is the proposed installation of CCTV cameras. The current provincial cost of this project is $6 million, in addition to the $3 million already spent. And that may seem like a drop in the bucket for a $1 billion budget, but it would make a big difference for chronically underfunded social services and community initiatives. We ask that the board make fair and evidence-based decisions. The stated aim of these cameras requested by TPS was to deter crime and provide evidence for police investigation. In 2019, there was a systematic review of 40 years of evidence on CCTV and crime prevention. That's 40 years of data that showed no significant evidence that CCTV cameras deter crime in city and town centers. In addition,
at 3.5 minutes. I'm going to have to hold you there, unfortunately. Right. Board members, any questions? Just want to thank you for your well thought out comments. They're very helpful. Appreciate it. to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Emma McKay, to be followed by Rebecca Noah. Emma, can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great. I want to express gratitude and support for my fellow deputants in decisively asking for the defunding of the TPS immediately. I have several important criticisms of the report offered today based on my experience as a disability justice advocate. The report makes several references to fair and equitable policing. Board, there is no such thing. Policing at its core is about criminalization, which is and has always been used as a tool for marginalization. The only appropriate response to calls for equity is to defund the police. With respect to the expansion of the MCIT program, I would urge, like previous deputants, that rapid efforts instead be directed at the creation or expansion of non-police services for emergency response. The report claims that the board is unable to, quote, impose any arbitrary cut in the police budget or a cut that compromises the service's ability to deliver the host of police services required by law. Where is there a requirement in the law that we have armed officers? If the board acknowledges that there is no such thing as an effective police service, I will believe you will be well within your rights to make a non-arbitrary cut to the budget, which I will remind you BLM Toronto has demanded be cut by 50%, a number over 60% of deputants at the town hall have expressed support for. This might help you, Mayor Tory, in your immense difficulties in funding housing, child care, and other fundamental services. I support the directives to immediately post a line-by-line budget and explore options for budget reduction. I implore the board to consider an immediate reduction in expenses by discontinuing their deplorable use of the Clearview AI system and by disarming the entire force, including the removal of tasers, batons, and pepper spray. With regards to recommendation 11 of the Loku investigation, so-called less lethal weapons are not a solution, and it is misleading and unrealistic to suggest that the widespread use of CEWs would result in an outcome of 0 killings by the police. I support all directives that would make public the means by which the service identifies police officers who are the subject of complaints, and I would further request that the names of these police officers be made public. Renaming the use of force model the de-escalation model is a way to change nothing. The fact that police officers are legally allowed to use force at all is reprehensible. There is no such thing as effectively delivering police services, so it should not be a problem to require that the police not use any violence. The recommendation for the adoption of Axon's body-worn cameras is unacceptable. The board must take direction from citizens, over 95% of deputants from the town halls, and the enormous existing evidence against the utility of body cams, and not approve the Axon contract. Finally, I want to express my explicit support for all of the demands of Black Lives Matter Toronto. Police do not need to be a part of the communities they serve. They don't need to exist. Defund, disarm, dismantle, abolish. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, questions? Seeing none, could we please put on the next deputy?
Our next speaker is Rebecca Noah, to be followed by Emma Woodman. Rebecca, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can. Go ahead and read it.
I struggled to prepare for this meeting because the policing conversation seems to have bred miscommunication or to be happening across purposes. As a Black woman, I feel exhausted and embattled by reading another report about police reform when we are not demanding that the police be reformed. We do not want to trust the TPS, and we do not want them to be among our community members. We want the TPS to no longer exist. I want to be explicit. We see defunding the police as a step towards abolishing the police. The Black Lives Matter demands, which you note that many town hall participants quoted or explicitly referenced, serve that very objective. They are why we have and continue to take to the streets. In your report, you mentioned certain legalities that prevent you from making arbitrary cuts to the TPS budget, but to the extent that you've read the Police Services Act, you will be familiar with Section 40, which states that to abolish or reduce the size of a police force, the board, with the Commission's consent, may release individual officers from employment. I recognize that abolition or size reduction cannot contravene the Act, meaning that all public safety principles and municipal requirements must be nonetheless upheld. But as long as a service or collection thereof exists which ensures safety and security, safeguards fundamental rights, and includes a crime prevention, law enforcement, victims assistance, public order maintenance, and emergency response dimension, you will be compliant with the Act. Section 5 indicates quite clearly that Council may adopt an alternative method to policing. We do not need police. That being said, there are abolitionist reforms that we support being advanced now to prevent any further Black and Indigenous deaths. You have our demands labeled Box 1 on page 73. I seriously implore you not to accept the body-worn camera recommendation, given that 95% of town hall participants were opposed to their implementation. This must coincide with removing all weaponry, including what you refer to as less lethal weaponry, from police and other law enforcement, and placing an immediate moratorium on the $2.75 million spent by TPS on firearms and ammunition annually. The Special Constable Program, fair inspection, bylaw patrol, and CBSA collaboration serve no credible purpose other than to surveil and criminalize our communities, and therefore must come to an end. Preventing Black and Indigenous deaths will never be an arbitrary policy decision. In a similar vein, there are no core policing services. This term was a legal invention which demonstrates that provincial adequacy standards require amendment to meet our contemporary social needs, ones that do not call for policing. I'm troubled by the notion that the police will be determining what they perceive to be non-core services that can be delegated and where funding can consequently be reallocated. Likewise, I do not trust the Solicitor General, another police division, to demilitarize the police via an additional review. Setting aside the ways that the police chief's salary would be better allocated to communities, I am concerned that the selection criteria, being riddled by buzzwords like lived experience, anti-racism, and anti-oppressive, will lead to another token racialized person without a radical, transformative agenda being appointed. These are my comments.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to call in. We all appreciate it. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Emma Wildsman, to be followed by Vanessa Campbell. Emma, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So I'm a concerned citizen and lifelong resident of Toronto, and I wanted to start by thanking all the debutants this far. I would like to stress to the board that they need to truly listen and act on all the comments we've heard. My main comment will be kept short, and I will echo the Ontario Human Rights Commission. The Ontario Human Rights Commission just published a scathing report that specified how the Toronto Police Services is failing its citizens, and specifically Toronto's racially marginalized community. An organization such as the Toronto Police Services and its associated board with such inherent biases cannot come up with its own recommendations. Jim Hart's recommendations do not suffice. Any recommendations to the board in regards to racist policing and brutality must be put forward by a third party with consultation from the public and the racially marginalized communities themselves. Please revisit these recommendations through an unbiased and knowledgeable third party. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, questions? Seeing none, thank you again. You'll be next speaker.
Thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Next speaker is Vanessa Campbell, to be followed by Derek Moran. Yes, Vanessa, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This deputation is made on behalf of the Board of Directors of John Bruce Village Housing Cooperative. John Bruce Village is a housing cooperative in Parkdale that offers subsidized and affordable rental housing to 40 households. We have a diverse community that includes Black, Indigenous, and people of color, recent immigrants, people with mental health and other disabilities, LGBTQ2S folks, retirees, multi-generational families, artists, and working professionals. Have had negative experiences with the police that have led to lasting post-traumatic stress and fear of police interactions. Furthermore, the presence of police in our community re-traumatizes them and doesn't make them feel safe. This is why we have decided as a board that we actively choose not to engage the police when mental health crises or other conflicts arise. The Toronto Police Services Board is proposing to renew its commitment to an effective response
to persons in crisis and proposes to do so by expanding the mandate of the board's Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel, the expansion of the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team program, and collaborate with the City of Toronto and other partners to develop new community-based models. I'd like to use this opportunity to share a real-life example of a community-based response by our co-op. I hope it demonstrates to you how the ever-expanding mandate of police are not the solutions we need. We need investments in resilient community-based interventions and support. So last year, our board started receiving complaints about the behavior of one of our community members. This resident was exhibiting behavior that was erratic and threatening, and some of our neighbors were concerned and even afraid for their own safety. It's also worth noting that this individual has a complicated history with the police, which further informed our approach. Through a collaborative process that involved external mediators, numerous conversations with everyone involved, accountability check-ins, a behavior agreement, and open communication, the matter has been resolved peacefully and with many of the relationships in question restored. In order to come to this positive outcome, the co-op board sought advice, training, and services from community organizations such as St. Stephen's Community House, Sistering, the Stress Centre Toronto, the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, and the Compassionate Intervention of Neighbours and Loved Ones. I note that we also did contact the local police division, and they were unable or unwilling to provide any useful information or advice on how a community can respond to a mental health crisis. In past mental health crises in the co-op, the police would have been called immediately to, resolve this situation. But we know from the track record of the Toronto Police that their presence would have been very likely led to more conflict or worse. The reality is that police are ill-positioned to respond to mental health crises and other sources of community conflict. These kind of reform measures further disempower communities by perpetuating the idea that the police are the natural first line of defense when community conflict arises. And the results of this are often deadly, especially for our neighbors who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. There is momentum right now to redefine what public safety in our community actually is. I implore the board to remove the use of police officers to respond to mental health crises and reallocate these resources to community-based and community-led models like we have that are more equipped to deal with these crises. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, questions? Seeing none, really appreciate your comments and your suggestions and your experience. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Derek Moran, to be followed by Jacqueline Edwards. Derek, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
One of the suggestions in this item made at the town halls was to detask, described as other tasks and areas that participants suggested could be transferred away from the police include schools, TTC special constables, and bylaw enforcement. As Sergeant Eustace of 53 Division once agreed with me, it would be fraud to go around charging people with laws that don't actually apply to them. Take notice what the Ontario Superior Court, citing a Court of Appeal case, had to say in regarding to describing the function of a bylaw. This is from Patak versus Sabath, 2004. Bylaws are regulations, ordinances, rules, or laws adopted by a corporation for its government. The function of a bylaw is to prescribe the rights and duties of the members with reference to the internal government of the corporation, the management of its affairs, and the rights and duties existing between the members inter se. That's from McKenzie versus Maple Mountain Mining Company, 1910, Court of Appeal. In the Dictionary of Canadian Law, inter se is defined as between themselves. Since there's no definition for bylaw in the Toronto Municipal Code, how can the Toronto Police Services possibly know if they are even properly applying the law? So I took it upon myself to help City Solicitor Wendy Walborg, who's obviously going to update the code now upon hearing the case law that explains the proper application of a bylaw. I've gone ahead in order to make it easier for her and customize what the entry for bylaw in the Toronto Municipal Code's definition section should read in the future. It should read, bylaws are regulations, ordinances, rules, or laws adopted by the Corporation of the City of Toronto operating as John Tory for its government. The function of a bylaw is to prescribe the rights and duties of the members with reference to the internal government of the Corporation of the City of Toronto operating as John Tory, the management of its affairs, and the rights and duties existing between the members between themselves. since almost half of this board comes from an organization which routinely defrauds the public by improperly applying their bylaws, how is the City of Toronto, by willfully concealing the definition for bylaw in their Toronto Municipal Code, consistent with Ontario's open government principles? This board speaks of a transparent, evidence-based approach as a guiding principle. Then what evidence does the City of Toronto and or the Toronto Police Services have that the corporate mandatory mask bylaw, which specifically applies to a person, applies to me? If I've ever led any of you to believe in any way that I am a person as defined in the Toronto Municipal Code, then that is a mistake, and that I ask all of you to please forgive me. If I've ever led any of you to believe in any way that I work for and or am an employee for the corporation of the City of Toronto operating as John Tory, then that is a mistake, and that I ask all of you to please forgive me. I just want to point out that when they passed this mandatory mask bylaw, Dr. Davila didn't even use any evidence. She simply used the word may 3 times in regards to those who may be infected. Therefore, she didn't actually base her recommendation on any evidence at all. Her recommendation was based purely on possibilities and her uncertainty. I find it interesting that the legal system considers one to be innocent until proven guilty, as opposed to the health and science system, which apparently considers one to be guilty until proven innocent. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Board members, any questions of Derek? As always, thanks for calling in, Derek. Have a good day.
Thank you, Chair Hart.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jacqueline Edwards, to be followed by Toby Gray. Jacqueline, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you so very much. My name is Jacqueline Edwards, and I'm the president of the Association of Black Law Enforcers. We are a nonprofit organization formed in 1992 to address the needs and concerns of Black and other racial minorities in law enforcement and the community. Our membership includes police officers, correctional officers, probation, parole, immigration, customs, court services, bylaw enforcement officers, sheriffs, special constables, and members from the community. We are committed to demonstrating zero tolerance for racism and discrimination in all of its forms within law enforcement and justice agency services. ABLE continues to assist and address concerns that is being brought forward by the community. One of our objectives, in fact, I'll speak to 2 of our objectives, is to improve the image of law enforcement within the community by engaging in service-oriented activities specific to the Black and other racialized minority communities. The other is to enhance the professionalism of our professions and encourage Black and other racialized individuals to join the professions such as the Toronto Police Services. Today, I'm wanting to just share with the board the tremendous opportunity that the board has in trying to assist in getting Black and racialized communities to trust the police service. Try to get the community to have faith in the profession of police. With that in mind, I'd like to share a couple of qualities I feel that we feel the Toronto Police Services should be looking for in the next chief, because we are talking about leadership, transparency, accountability. So for the board's consideration, I'd like to share the following. This chief should have demonstrated qualities such as proven leadership with a vision in tune with the 21st century, comprehensive experience in partnership building with external agencies and community organization, a leader with outstanding reputation for fairness and equality, a leader that can build an organization that reflects the community it serves at all levels, one that can provide inspiring leadership to all its members, a leader who can mobilize his, her, they command team to the Toronto Police Association to buy into the service's changing culture, a leader that can extend and improve the visibility, credibility, and image of the service within the city. One that can champion the service's commitment to diversity and equality. A leader who can put more police officers on the street without necessarily increasing the strength of the service. A leader who is willing to ensure that all the services, policies, and practices are free of bias and discrimination. And the Toronto Police Services Board.
If I could just hold you there for 1 second, you're at 3:40, but I'm sure you'll have questions and you can get the rest of it out. I know I certainly have a question of you.
Okay.
If I can just pause you there for a second. Board members, any questions? I have a question. Can you tell me any other ideas you have with respect to the new chief?
You know, ideas, and again, it's really about that proven leadership with vision and the experience of leading with fairness and equality. You know, a leader that can and really stand, not just with in terms of the skill, but the will to act, the will to ensure accountability, the will to change the culture that is reflective of today's reality, today's needs, and one that is able and willing to bring about the changes that have been brought forward. With all due respect, we have so many reports. The remedies are there. The remedies are there in order to really bring about or bring back that sense of confidence that once was had by the community in police. You know, as an association, we are police officers, we are correctional officers, we are Black racialized minorities who still believe in the profession, and we're trying our very best to encourage others to do the same. But there is a real need for the chief to lead by example and to model the behavior that he, she, they expect of its service and its members.
Thank you for those comments. Board members, any other questions? I just have one more question of you, if you would mind. Any recommendations for the men and women of the service? You've talked about the chief specifically. Any recommendations for the board about the men and women of the service?
Can you clarify that? Recommendations for?
You've talked about trying to engage more racialized individuals into the service. What can we do to encourage that, to make people want to join?
I think you need to meet with your current Black and racialized officers serving and ask them that very question, sir, with all due respect. You have the voices within Toronto Police Service who are wanting and ready to be engaged. ABLE's intent is to amplify those voices outside of the agency, but they are there. I would encourage the chiefs, the deputies, I would encourage all the leaders within TPS to engage the Black and racialized officers. Make time, let them know that they're there to listen and actually hear what they're saying. That would be my suggestion for your consideration or their consideration. And we would, again, we've asked to meet with the board. We would love the opportunity again to sit down and meet with you to look at opportunities for collaboration and would bring members with us.
We will do that. I can commit to that.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much for taking that opportunity. We really appreciate it.
Come in.
Subi, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Toy Gray, to be followed by Tom Hobson. Toy, can you hear us?
Hey.
Toy?
Hello? Yep, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So my name is Tui, and I'm calling to represent the voice of young Torontonians, Gen Z, for whom the latest recommendation report poses a major concern. So in your recommendations, you acknowledge worldwide and local calls for defunding, disarming, dismantling, and abolishing the police system as it presently stands. But the board has refused responsibility for the most ardent of these calls, defunding, arguing that it's not within your portfolio, that doing so would be considered reducing the ability of police services to operate. What young residents are calling for, and what you've heard loud and clear for months, is calls for reducing the ability of police services to operate, is divesting from policing and reinvesting this gargantuan budget back into our communities. And you can see it in your report that the inflated $1 billion budget allotted to Toronto policing, what you call a piece of the pie of our community safety plan, is the single biggest piece, and is guilty of assuming funding which could better be used for starved and underfunded community services. So if the very body responsible for overseeing policing cannot advocate for the reduction of its budgets, who can? If it's not your job, whose is it? If it's true that you're powerless in this respect, we demand that you identify who does have the power, whether this be the city or the province, and take the truly community responsive route, which is using your voice to insist that these budgets be redistributed immediately. And your present recommendation to relocate police budgets into partnerships with social services and community initiatives also presents a danger consistent with previous recommendations for subsuming community resources under the arm of carcerality. Particularly in partnerships with mental health services, disability scholars have long criticized the movement from criminalizing to simply pathologizing residents in need, which only serves to recontextualize and not eliminate punishment, surveillance, and incarceration. To be locked up in a psych ward instead of a jail, or to be subject to mandatory mental health programs as opposed to mandatory prison programs, to be labeled and surveilled by a social worker instead of a judge continues to individualize social problems as simply the burden of problem individuals. This trans-institutionalization exists in the historical pattern of psychiatric institutions and policing institutions operating inseparably, with identical goals of individually attacking the rational outcomes of poverty, distress, and marginalization. Under your recommendation, psychiatry and mental health intervention are not a replacement for policing, they're an extension of it. And speaking as a young person and a consumer survivor of psychiatric services, this has been particularly noticeable in policing strategies around youth crime and gun violence, which re-identify the roots of crisis and violence from a criminal personality to a coincidentally chemically imbalanced personality, for which the solution is invariably some iteration of personal work instead of meaningful community investment. And as every other deputant has elucidated, this especially affects Black and Indigenous Torontonians. So this is just one example of the reasons that police partnerships are not effective in creating independence from policing, rather expanding the arm of the carceral state. And as young residents of Toronto, alternatives and independence is the direction we're interested in, not expanding the police menu, but reducing the police menu to redirect funding, transparency, trust, and accountability back into our communities.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, questions? Seeing none, thanks again. It'll be next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tom Hobson, to be followed by Miguel Avila Valerdo. Tom, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi. So first off, I'd like to just say a huge thank you to many of the other deputants on the line who shared their passion today. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for talking. I'm just going to focus on one aspect of the discussion, which is body cameras. So the proposal to implement body cameras is an extremely bad idea for at least two very important reasons. The first being that it is the exact opposite of what people are asking for when we say defund the police. It's very clearly, explicitly, it couldn't be any more wrong in its response to what's been asked for. It requires further investment in the police. That is explicitly, profoundly, obviously not NOT what is wanted. It's like if someone asked you to pass the salt and you were like, I hear you. For many years, there's been a terrible problem with your food being unsalted. And then you threw the salt shaker in the trash. It doesn't make any sense. You're just completely ignoring what's been asked for and doing a harmful opposite of that. Second reason that body cameras shouldn't be implemented is that they literally don't work. There's a mountain of evidence that they don't measurably increase public safety. There's been a big literature study by Cynthia Lum and Megan Stoltz and their collaborators that reviewed over 70, that's 70 empirical studies on the effectiveness of body cameras. And that literature review concluded that body cameras have not had statistically significant or consistent effects on most measures of officer and citizen behavior or citizens' use of police. So there is no good evidence whatsoever that body cameras are anything other than an expensive waste of time. As people involved in law enforcement, I would hope that you appreciate the value of evidence. I can only think of two reasons that you would implement them anyway, which is one, you somehow actually aren't aware or don't understand that there is no solid evidence in support of body cameras, which I find highly unlikely given all of the statements that have been made today and on previous days. Or two, you're making a symbolic but ineffective and wasteful gesture. You can't in good faith claim that this is rational, that it's compassionate, or that it's an appropriate response to what the community has very clearly and effortfully asked you for many, many, many times. I don't think any rational, intelligent person could hear what has been asked for and then respond with body cameras. Spend the money on something else. Spend it on something that isn't the police and something that actually works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, questions? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time to call in this afternoon. Doobie, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde, to be followed by Kavita. Miguel, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon, members. It was good to see Board Member Ainsworth Morgan to our Black Lives Matter Forum in Regent Park last August 8, 2020. Team HART, I am really sad and disappointed to hear that you did not care to add the recommendations from the Ontario Human Rights Commission. Dear members, if you need body-worn cameras for the police, please seek cost efficiencies between your budget to pay for those cameras, period. Don't ask for more money. Today I hear the Liberals and proroguing the Parliament similar tactics used by the Conservatives in 2013. Exactly, board members. That's what we need in Toronto. Why don't we do the same here? We need a hard reset. It means to stop all these nonsensical consultations and endless reports, and stop the lies and the cover-ups. You got two options to ensure the success of your 178 pages of reports. Defund the police, increase services for people with mental illnesses, invest in the Black and indigenous communities. A 50% reduction is possible if there is a political will. Isn't that right, John Tory? The call from the public on the last online town hall consultations was said to defund the police. Or if you can't do that, then ask DACFOR to upload the expensive TPS to the province, and we can be free from this burden to maintain an expensive police service in Toronto. Option number two, do you want to ensure equitable and fair policing to happen in the city of Toronto? This is my idea. This is my suggestion for many people. Get rid of the police union. They are an obstacle. It limits what you can do to improve the long-broken trust and relationship with the public you serve. This morning, I attended a rally at 361 University Avenue to block sheriffs from serving eviction notices to Torontonians. We are in the midst of the worst housing crisis in the city of Toronto. People are being evicted from their homes and moving into tents and shelters. We have a crisis in our doorsteps. Dear Mayor, you have powers that you can implement to stop this. Direct Toronto police officers to not participate in the removal of Torontonians from their homes, including encampment of homeless Torontonians. Can you do that for us, Mr. John Tory? People are waiting for you to rise up and be a bold leader. You need to stand up for renters against DACFOR Bill 184. That's all my comments for today.
Miguel, thanks so much for your comments. Board members, questions of Miguel? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to call in.
Yes, thank you, sir, very much.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kavita, to be followed by Norman Gardner, who will be our last speaker today. Kavita, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hello. I spoke to you at the previous TPS board meeting and have returned to continue our conversation. Last month, Councillor Nunziata had expressed that women in her community, racialized women in her community, requested increased policing for their neighborhood to deal with the issue of gun violence, and that these constituents should be heard. I don't know that Councillor Nunziata is even present right now, so I direct my comments to the other members of City Council, such as Michael and whoever else is here, and I am asking you to consider that, yes, Your job as a counselor and as a board is to listen to the needs and requests of your communities. However, it is not your job to appease the public or to appease the police. If the issue being raised is gun violence, then your task as a group is to use the data that experts have collected over decades to make a choice about what solutions are most effective, cost-wise, and in saving lives. This raises the issue of preventative versus responsive policing. Countless studies have shown that responsive policing does not prevent crime from occurring. And proactive policing, aka order maintenance policing, where continued police presence in a space is supposed to deter people from committing small crimes, statistically does not work. It costs taxpayers more money and actually increases feelings of stress, being surveilled, and being unsafe for racialized people. Why is this type of policing still being implemented in poor racialized communities like Malvern, Rexdale, Albion, St. Jamestown? This is unnecessary. None of your recommendations address this. None of your recommendations speak to the culture within the police. Last month I asked you, how much funding has been directed towards the increased militarization through tactical training, vehicles, or weapons over the last 10 years? And how has this impacted police culture around use of force? How are you measuring this? Today you heard from the Ontario Human Rights Commissioner, who really laid out many of the ways that you have not been listening to their recommendations or working collaboratively with them. I want to reiterate what the Commissioner said and also draw on what another speaker said earlier about the ways that police respond to people with mental health issues. Right now, those responses are coming from a place of fear in labeling people with mental health crises and issues as criminals, as something to be feared. And so I'm excited that your recommendations will explore the community aspects of a different response as an alternative first response, but this does not go far enough. You need to end the practice of order maintenance policing, as well as the issue of officers from outside of the City of Toronto who live not within the city being the majority of your force. Most of those officers do not live within the city itself, do not have relationships with the Black, brown, racialized, and poor people in this city. And in fact, most of them live in the suburbs where they don't have to interact with us. And so what does that mean for their understandings of the dynamics that are relevant within the city, within city services such as shelters, and where they're responding to?
Thank you. I have to wrap you up there because you're at 3.5 minutes, but thank you very much for those comments. Board members, any questions of the deputant? Again, thank you for taking the time to give us your thoughts. We appreciate it. Doobie, is this the last speaker?
Our last speaker is Norman Gardner. Norman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Not too good, but I can hear you.
Hi, Norm. It's Jim Hart.
Hi, Jim. Fine. Congratulations on your undertaking here.
For those board members who don't know who Norman Gardner is, former chair of the Police Services Board.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying, as a taxpayer, I really don't want to pay any more in taxes than is necessary. But I do think I speak for the quiet majority, and I'm not going to criticize any of the undertakings that you've done today. When I was first appointed to the Police Commission way back when, one of the staff superintendents indicated to me that 85% of the police were great, 10% were so-so, and 5% shouldn't be there. And I think that those were pretty realistic comments. But the emphasis on this whole subject of police reform has relied heavily on the police to adjust policies and practice, but it fails to take in the reasons for a lot of the police interaction with communities, including the racialized communities. And this is probably, an option to fail and not get the desired results if it doesn't broaden its perspective here. When I was chair, I used to get my daily occurrence reports, and one of the things that it showed, unfortunately, was the high incidence of violent crime as prescribed by the victims as being Black. And if we take a look at the shootings in Toronto today, I'd say roughly between 80 to 90% conservatively involve black individuals, mostly from gangs. So when we see the disproportionate involvement of police individuals and young black people, it's not a surprise that it's not in conformity with a lot of the other general population. Another thing that we need to know about is and this seems to be failing here, is the intimidation of a lot of the law-abiding people in the black community by those armed criminals. And I've been to churches, and I've been working with activists in the community way back, such as Beverly Folks, who was quite active, and I've been in a bunch of the black churches. So I've had some good interface relationships with a lot of people. But it appears the Ontario Human Rights Commission only looked at the data, which is what the confrontation with police. But there's not any reports indicating training of police in dealing with mentally ill, leading one to think that there's absolutely no training at all. Now, I realize that there's systemic racism around, and I fully support the increasing of the mobile crisis intervention teams, and also realize in many cases that these are peacefully resolved. When you got 32,000 annually, and you don't really hear too much trouble, something's got to be going right. There also doesn't seem to be information on how many officers are injured in apprehending individuals, where sometimes force is required. At one time, board members were supplied with information on the amount of injured officers and how these injuries took place. There also is nothing here about the awareness of officers on leave due to stress. And earlier this year, one of the sergeants told me that about 10 to 15% of the service were off of work, basically suffering from stress-related injuries or PTSD. And so there's a tremendous amount of pressure being put on these first responders. Now, I personally did develop a relationship with Dudley Laws due to some of my proactive commitment in the community, and his Black Action Defense Committee, which ended in demonstrations and caused a better relationship between the police and the community.
Norm, you're at 3:40. I just have to pause you there, but I'm sure to get questions.
Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
Board members, any questions? I guess I've got one question for you, Norm. You've read the report. What recommendations would you make for change?
All right. Change has got to be gradually. I think a lot of people are acting for too much, but the police service has evolved considerably in the last, say, 30, 40 years. There's much more integration in the service. I think there's a lot of outreach, but nevertheless, the high incidence of I think race-based problems is because of the crime. Now, you need to be able to forge some better relationships or some other relationships with some of the other people dealing with the same instances. I mean, we've got a high rate of young kids getting pregnant and kids getting into poverty, and then the kids wind up getting into gangs, and then they're used by older criminals. And nobody seems to be noticing this or paying much attention to it. But there's got to be some more involvement with the schools. And unfortunately, the police school resource officers were taken out of the schools. And I attended one of the meetings, and the feeling I got was overwhelmingly that the majority of teachers and students wanted the police resource officers there, but that's gone. So there's got to be some way of trying to interact. And I know that the police have had some great programs in the past with young people from the visible minority communities coming in and acting like cadets or whatever, and working with the police. So this is something that really needs to be retained. But I think, with the budget restraints and the COVID now, this year is kind of a write-off. But I think they were going in the right direction, and a lot of the criticisms that have been leveled today are really unfounded, they're not reasonable, and they're resulting in a low morale as far as the police are concerned. And, you know, when you talk about the cameras, I mean, you got most of these people seem to be against cameras. But the whole idea, as I see it, about cameras was getting people to be in compliance, especially the police, to be in compliance with the rules. And it seems to be more of a protection for police than it is for citizens. So the other thing, I mean, there's a limit to what you can do with the crisis intervention teams, because you need to have somebody from who are trained to accompany the police, who are not necessarily untrained either, but to be there to reinforce them. And there's a lot more I could suggest here, but
thank you.
You know, I know you've got your time, and I appreciate the time that you spent with all these people today.
You're breaking up on me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ziada, do you have a question? If everybody could go on mute, because I can't hear the deputant. Councilman Ziada, do you have a question? Can't hear you. I think you're on mute as well.
Have to unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I can hear.
Yeah, to Mr. Gardner. I don't know if you commented on the body-worn camera. So what are your thoughts on the body-worn camera?
I think basically, I think they're a good idea. I don't think you need to outfit every single officer with one, though. I think, you know, since you could have one per car, let's put it that way. And usually, you know, after 4, you've got 2 officers in the car anyway. So if you got one camera going, that's not too bad. Now, I don't know about how many car-mounted cameras you've got either, but I noticed that the car-mounted cameras have been very, very helpful in a lot of police services in the United States. And I think that they're more of a positive thing than they are a negative thing. I just think that some of the critics are criticizing them only because they cost money, and they're not cheap, especially because you have to retain the film or the video for so long, you know, for certain periods of time. But on the whole, I would say that that it's a positive thing in giving people reassurance that police are complying with the rules that they're supposed to comply with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? I'm seeing none. Thanks for calling in, Norm. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for your efforts in trying to make things better.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Board members, that's the end of the deputants. We're now going to move to consideration of the item. I just have a few comments to make before we get into consideration of the item. First of all, I want to thank each and every deputant who came forward to voice their views today on these very important issues. Just as the recent town hall sessions were held to create space and listen directly to the public on matters concerning police accountability reform and community safety priorities, today we want to ensure that members of the public had the opportunity to provide their input on the extremely significant reports that are before us. I should also note that the board office received submissions from individuals who are not able to be here in person today, and these are equally considered in our deliberations. It's important to state from the outset that our board firmly believes that the vast majority of our service members do an amazing job each and every day. We have a police service that's renowned internationally for its progressive approach to community partnership and mobilization, and we're proud of the Toronto Police Service and the values at its core. But maintaining excellence also means acknowledging the need to move forward, to evolve, and to progress. It's critical that as a board forges the roadmap for the future with a reimagined vision of community safety, that community voices are given a forum and incorporated into our decision-making process in a regular and meaningful way. As I've reinforced throughout this discussion, this work is not focused solely at one point of time, or a single action, or a single initiative. This work is ongoing. Indeed, what we want to create is a comprehensive and holistic approach, one that continuously evolves and builds on itself with input from stakeholders, a key aspect, of every step that we will take. It must be inclusive and it must be dynamic. Whatever the board decides today, it's important that it's characterized as the beginning of what we view as a much larger, long-term, and significant strategy. It will involve vital shifts in organizational culture and a concerted movement towards more collaborative approach to community safety. Before the board begins its discussions and deliberations on the deputations we've just heard and the matters we have before us, I want to outline some of the items referenced in the reports that we're committed to achieving in 2020 as a start of this strategic and holistic approach. The report from me includes a number of items that, if approved by the board, will result in immediate actions by the service to improve the service's accountability and transparency. These include posting the service's use of force procedure publicly on its website, posting an enhanced line-by-line breakdown of the service's 2020 budget, posting the service's annual budget summaries and uniformed civilian staffing summaries by command for the last 5 budget years, and ensuring that this information is made available in an open format that would facilitate the public's ability to engage with it. Inviting the city's Auditor General to perform audits aimed at improving service delivery and finding areas for improvement, among other things. In addition, there are items listed in this report that, if approved today, will hopefully be actioned by the end of the year. These include reviewing the implementation of recommendations made by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, Justice Ibuchi's report, and by the jury in the inquest of the death of Andrew Loku to determine the status of implementation and to rectify if we find any gaps in those recommendations. Diversity reporting regarding human resource processes, and expansion of the MCIT program pending funding from our healthcare partners. These are but inaugural steps of a larger process towards the development of new systems, interventions, and a culture that will confront systemic racism and the other challenges that result in disparate outcomes for racialized communities in their interactions with the service. As a board, we're grateful for the insight of our community partners as we take these important steps, and we're grateful for all of you that came to speak to us today. I would now like to turn these 3 reports over to the board, and I'm asking board members for any questions they may have of staff or the service. Questions of board members on these reports? Anyone have questions? Mayor Tory.
Vice Chair, I appreciate that you're going to go through each of the reports, but perhaps we could take them one by one just for structure purposes. It'll make it easier for some of us to weigh in on our comments. So
sure, and I will ask board members if they wish to, I'll ask this question now. Do you wish to vote on the item as a whole, or do you wish to vote on A, B, C independently? If anybody wishes to vote independently, say so now, otherwise we'll vote on it as a whole. Seeing no comment on that, well, Vice Chair Mulliner?
I propose that we decide on whether we vote for them together or independently at the end of our discussions. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we'll start with item A. Any questions of the service on item A or of board staff? Mayor Tory, I believe you have a question, but
yeah, but now I've got to get my material open again. When you say item A, I have it all here.
Item A is the report from me on police reform. Systemic racism.
My questions were on body-worn cameras and mobile crisis intervention teams. So just so you know, I have questions on those things. On me at that time.
Okay. Board members, any questions on item A? Seeing none. Item B.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair. Now I see one. Vice Chair Mulliner.
I want to make sure that we're all able to follow. I'm so sorry, Chair. So I too have questions on specific parts of what I'm looking at in my materials as tab 3, policing reform initiatives and accompanying presentations. And under that, there are 3 subsets, 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. So I'm assuming that item A for you is 3.1 police reform in Toronto.
That's correct. I have it listed as A. So police reform in Toronto, systemic racism, alternative community safety and crisis response model, and building new confidence in public safety. If there are any questions on that report.
So I have a question for the on item A in relation to the mobile crisis response unit. So perhaps that's related to the mayor's question. So I'll
go right ahead. And I believe the mayor has a question on that as well. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Oh, I'm happy to wait for the mayor in case you have the same question, but whatever works.
Well, my question was simply this, because I have a motion prepared, but I wanted to ask a question before I put it forward. Pardon me. I thought the suggestion made by Mr. Sewell that we would move as quickly as possible, even within the context of what I view as perhaps an interim expansion of this pending some perhaps completely different way of delivering this service, that the idea that as often as possible, you would have the MCITs on an expanded basis or otherwise as the first responders wherever you could was a good suggestion. And it's not specifically contemplated by this. So I just wanted to ask of somebody in the service, given that we probably, even with the expansion, won't have the resources to say 24/7 first response everywhere, every time. If we said that as often as we possibly could now and with the expanded, or at least asked you to come back and report very shortly on that, is that something that is a feasible proposition?
Chief, can you or one of the command team respond to that, please?
Yes, Deputy Yu and Mr. Mayor, we are looking at the MOU and try to streamline the response. And I do have to say that we have done ourselves at the service because MCIT do go to about 25% as first responders when we get the call and the person that are calling in, the person in crisis, there's no violence and nothing involved in past history. We do send MCIT as first responders, but we can streamline those type of criteria and make sure that MCIT do go as often as possible without waiting for backup. So that's something that's in the work and it will be reported to the board in a preliminary report by September.
Okay, well, my motion then, I think, Chair, I'm fine because I think my motion really just compels that such a report be brought as how often we could make them first responders, and that's fine. That's my question on that subject. So next one is on body-worn cameras, so I'll now cede to Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you. The mayor has addressed the essence of my question, so I'm happy to proceed to the motion at the right time. Thank you.
Any other items on Part A or 1, however you have it listed? Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, I'll move on to B. Oh, sorry, Mayor Tory, go right ahead.
Your ABC stuff is catching me a little off guard, Chief.
Catching me off guard too. That's what I've got in front of me. But anyway,
I noticed a lot of language in here about, and this is a bit of a hobby horse I have, so forgive me, but I noticed a lot of language about using people with lived experience for training and all that, and I think that's all good. I wondered if the service had given any serious consideration, because I did not see it specifically referred to here, to something that I had put in the very original document we put forward 2 months ago, which was the notion of having some additional training that would take place outside of the police college. And I say that because I believe there is some merit in having some training take place right outside of the police college and therefore outside of the police establishment, frankly. And I'm not saying that in sort of a bad way. I'm just saying I think that some outsiders, including those with lived experience at a college or somewhere, doing some training. And by the way, I happen to think the amount of training police officers get given the responsibilities they have is too little anyway. So I just, did you give any consideration to that, or did anybody in the course of bringing forward this report, which I realize is sort of a consolidation, and I think of it particularly as regards both anti-racism, anti-Black racism, but also people in crisis and de-escalation?
Chief, did you want to respond to that? I can respond to it as well, but did you want to say something first? Chief? No? I can respond to it, Mayor Tory. The Auditor General back in 2006 made some recommendations with respect to civilianizing some of the training and going outside the service for some training. So one of the things that we have committed to is going back to all of the Auditor General recommendations. There's about a dozen reports that were tabled pre-2014, and we're going through all of those reports to see what recommendations are there. And I know for a fact that's one of those recommendations. So that's certainly something we're following up in the board office and we'll be talking to the service about.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this first report? Councillor Nunziata, go right ahead.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, on what you just said about the Auditor General's report in 2006. So those recommendations that came forward in 2006, I can't remember, but did we adopt all those recommendations and implement all those recommendations? Do you know?
I know that with regard to the Auditor General reports as a whole, that the recommendations were adopted. I don't know the answer in terms of why some were or were not implemented. We haven't drilled down to that point yet, so I don't know, but we'll certainly find out.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the first item? Seeing none, we'll move to the second item, and I'll read what that is. It's a recommended monitoring framework for the implementation of the recommendations arising from the inquest into the death of Andrew Loku. Any questions on that specific report? I don't see any, so I will move to the third report.
Sorry, my finger is not fast enough on the trigger.
Sorry, Muratori. Go right ahead.
Look, I think the dashboard is a really excellent concept, but of course, any of those kinds of dashboards only work within the context of somebody looking at them, other than relying on a newspaper article saying the dashboard isn't looking like what it should. Could somebody just spend a minute from the service or from wherever, because I know it came from the committee, talking about the accountability part of it? Because I think the first step obviously is to sort of have rigorous step-by-step, recommendation by recommendation monitoring. But then the question becomes, how does it kind of find its way to us for, for the ultimate step in accountability, which is, for example, us saying, well, gee, that recommendation 7 just has not been implemented. We have, in the case of the anti-Black racism unit in the City of Toronto, an actual accountability table, which I would say maybe we are the equivalent of here, which we meet with, I think, twice a year to actually review the progress on the plan. And they are outsiders who pass judgment on how well they think we're doing. But I just want to know how it would work in the context of the board. I think the public disclosure is a good first step, because that'll cause deputants and others to come and apply pressure. But it'll only work if that step between the dashboard and the board actually in some measure, some way works.
Yeah, Muratori, since the first accountability is the board's itself, I'm going to ask Mr. Teschner to make the first comment on that. And then if the chief wants to add to that, that's terrific. Mr. Teschner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. I think a couple of things. First of all, the dashboard is being designed so that it can actually do exactly what you said, be publicly available through both the board's own website and other channels, as well as the services, so that any member of the public can engage with that information and material, and at any point in time get an up-to-date assessment on how those recommendations are being implemented and how we are measuring implementation, which is why the work of the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel was so important. But quite rightly, to your point, there's going to have to be other ways in which that gets monitored on an ongoing basis. And I would refer to the recommendations in the report from the chair, item 3A on the agenda today, which talks about making permanent, with an expanded mandate, the board's Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, and seizing it in terms of its mandate of issues related very much to implementation by the service and the board of work related to addressing systemic racism, and also some of the operational elements that the Loku recommendations address. And so I would say a combination of the public-facing dashboard coupled with an expanded mandate for the Anti-Racism Advisory Panel will be at least two ways in which that ongoing monitoring and accountability is driven.
Vice Chair Mulliner here. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Teschner.
Go right ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I was taken by the recommendation by former Mayor Sewell to establish a completely independent outside body. And I'm taken by it for two reasons, because I think that the more people who understand how the different pieces of the policing and community working together puzzle actually work, the better. And I think that there are experts who would be seen as objective, which we clearly are not always seen as. So I wanted to know how you might see, in terms of the accountability model that we're talking about, and right now we're talking about in relation to the dashboard for the Loku recommendations, but perhaps more broadly, how that kind of model might be built into the police board community. I don't want to call it engagement because it's like an accountability measure going forward. So do you see room for something that we could develop along those lines, whether it's in relation to the Loku model, which is what we're talking about right now, or to other parts of the report, which has so very many recommendations that require accountability? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. I think that there are existing recommended structures that allow that accountability to be created very directly with the board. The Anti-Racism Advisory Panel, with its expanded mandate, emphasizes community member participation. And so as we are exploring candidates for that panel, I think some of the very individuals and communities that Mr. Sewell focused on engaging would be part of that effort. The same can be said about the board's existing mental health and addictions advisory panel, which also in this report is being recommended to be made permanent. And again, with a mandate that is clear and a representation that includes a broad spectrum of community participants. So those are two vehicles that I think can be embedded within the board's governance structure, but that will allow for direct accountability, direct reporting to the board in a public forum like these meetings, and the ability to have a frank exchange of ideas. The other thing that I will just highlight with respect to Mr. Sewell's submission, because he focused in part on the recruitment for the new chief of police, the board has released 2 RFPs, one with respect to an executive search firm, the other with respect to a public engagement firm. And I think one of the things that we will be looking to the public engagement firm to do, again, is to engage those voices that Mr. Sewell has highlighted in the discussion around the qualities, the qualifications, and the skills that the communities across the city are looking for, and some of which board members heard today from deputants. So I think those are at least 3 ways that I would suggest this report and some steps that the board has already taken will help embed those voices into the accountability directly to the board.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions on this report? Seeing none, I'll move on to the last report, which is the approval of body-worn camera contract award and project implementation. I know Meritori had questions. I don't know about any other members. Just show your hands if you do. Meritori, then Vice Chair, second. Meritori? I'm not seeing Meritori, so I'm not sure if he's muted or not. Mr. Teschner, do you see Meritori there? Okay, I'm going to go to, I'll go to Vice Chair Molinar, then we'll go back to the Mayor. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. And I know that earlier we had at our disposition the new CIO for the Toronto Police Services, Mr. Colin Stairs. So I'm assuming that the chief still has him available to answer any questions. So I have 2 questions. My first question is about the value added that investing $30 million over 5 years in what is on the face of it a camera. How will that particular tool actually help us leverage a range of other efficiencies? And my second question, which may be a tougher question, is what happens if we don't vote for body-worn cameras? Thank you.
I've been with the police. Sorry, start again.
I think you're wrong. Yeah.
But just coming off mute. Colin Stairs here, Chief Information Officer of the Toronto Police Services. So the question, I think, comes down to value for money. And as you say, there's been a lot of focus on the camera, a part of this solution, which is a very significant part, particularly for accountability of officers. And I think that's the main drive. This isn't a culture change tool. You're not going to change the culture of policing with a camera. What you can do is you can hold officers accountable to their behavior and understand clearly what occurred in events which may be contentious or might have disputed narratives. So that's one of the main elements that the camera helps to solve for. But we are in the service facing an explosion of video content. And the video content needs to be stored for long periods of time, which is creating a very large prospective expenditure that needs to be made on video storage and management. So what we get with this solution is also cloud-based secure storage for our video, and we get the video management tools to be able to handle those that video, both for the body-worn cameras, but also for the in-car cameras, for the cameras in our interview rooms, for the cameras we have that are fixed on the streets. So all of those camera systems can feed in the video into this cloud storage system. We can streamline all of those processes. We can stop burning DVDs full of video content to give to our crowns and streamline those processes. We also, by having this accountability mechanism, we can more quickly resolve issues of officer behavior, and so either address discipline more quickly or get them back on the street, and that creates a saving. So we have savings there. We have savings in the ultimate disposition of disputes. We have savings in the offset of costs. We have also negotiated lower cost archiving storage, which is a further saving. We have savings in transcription with voice to text capability. And we also have some cost avoidance around redaction tools for video. So when I have to fuzz out individuals to allow for their privacy to be protected if they're not central to a video, that kind of technology allows us to save labor. So overall, the solution is quite broad in its impact and quite deep. There's going to be a transitional period as we deploy this technology. We've got to get people used to using this technology and leveraging it to full advantage, and that's going to take some time. But I expect that in a year and a half, 2 years, we're going to see a net positive impact of this technology, that it's going to pay for itself within the service. It will also be the beginning of moving towards e-memo books, electronic memo books, which will save time and documentation for the frontline officers and allow them to move from doing the paperwork to doing the job and spending more time addressing the community directly. And I think a number of conversations about how to deploy those resources is in the future, but we're going to create that capacity with this project.
If I could just add something a little more simplistically, Vice Chair Stephanie Croxon. Really, body-worn cameras is not about the camera. I mean, obviously that's a key feature, but it's about a broader digital transformation for the service where efficiencies are going to be gained on processes that we have to deal with anyway. And I think that speaks to your question about what happens if you don't vote safe with body-worn cameras. Then the camera we wouldn't move forward with. But what we would have to do is go back to market on these other pieces of the system, which we have to leverage anyway at some point in time. And the example I'll give you is a memo book. So when officers arrive at a call, they're physically writing by hand in a memo book. They're testifying to that in court. In court, it's contentious. When did you write your notes? How accurate are they? An e-memo book system, which this would help us leverage and move to in the future, is a way to move away from writing it in your book, then going to the car and writing it into the computer on a report, and all those pieces having to be brought to court. This will be more efficient, but it really is a full system and part of a broader digital transformation.
That's helpful. Both those answers are helpful. I just want to return briefly, and you may not have the answer yet, but you did reference to how over time the system will pay for itself. And I don't think we have heard or seen any cost analysis, and I'm wondering when that might be realistic, when we realistically might be able to know that, because I know it's very much in play without us having achieved any of those efficiencies yet. But how will we know that the $5 million a year is effectively being set off by savings elsewhere in the organization?
So I think the saving streams that I described are going to come online over the next 18 months, and we should have indication that they are of the scale and magnitude that we expect them to be within 6 to 9 months. And I'd be happy to make representations to the board on that as we develop the project.
Okay, that's great. And then my last question is around the accountability and oversight for the different pieces of this body-worn camera project. Maybe someone could speak to us a little bit about what you're planning to put in place so that the board is confident that we are looking at it with the right lens and holding, as the public, should we approve this, would expect us to hold ourselves and the service to account for both the investment and the use of the technology. Thank you.
In the governance structure that we're setting up, so I'm going to speak about individual officers first, and then I'll talk about the reporting structure second. But with respect to individual officers, the accountability structure is such that our procedure has an automatic loss of 8 hours if you don't turn the camera on. That's a first offense, and that's a minimum standard. So it could be more than that, but that is a minimum standard. It's the first time in our procedures that we've put in a minimum level like that, and it actually comes off of case law from the OIPRD around not turning your microphone on. So we know that it's a fair penalty that already has some case law established to it. With respect to how we know whether that happened or not, the system itself allows us to audit when a camera has been turned off. So supervisors can then go into the system and see what happened in those circumstances so that officers can be held accountable if they've turned a camera off when they shouldn't have. I know publicly there's been some concerns around this because some people feel that the officers should have no control over when they turn the camera on or off. However, your right to privacy for individuals in Canada is one of the highest standards in the world. So if somebody under a specific set of circumstances, for example, a victim of an assault or a sexual assault might say, turn the camera off, I don't want to be filmed. We want to be able to respect both what the courts expect in terms of people's rights to privacy as well as individuals that are in those sometimes very sensitive situations. So it's important that we allow for that flexibility, but that we have a minimum threshold attached to it. With respect to reporting to the board, we would like to suggest reporting on the same sort of timelines that we report CEWs to the board so that we can come back and show you where the project is at. And with that, we can put in place metrics around what we anticipate the savings will be. No one's done analysis like this on a project like this before in Canada, so we will be determining this as we're going along.
So my question was a little bit different. Just I want to make sure that I'm clear. I'm interested in knowing how the accountability in terms of what you're doing, how will we as a board, or what are you putting in place or thinking of putting in place that would allow you to be confident that you're getting external, perhaps, experts to say to you and then to the board, this is going well, this is not going well. What's the risk assessment? What would be the equivalent role of, for example, we talked earlier about the Auditor General. How can we be confident as board members that both the information and privacy concerns are being addressed and that the evolution of this rollout is being done in a way that has integrity? Thank you.
So what we'd like to propose are board reports that are consistent with what you see for CEWs in terms of both the timing and the detail with it. The metrics on this are going to be objective in terms of, how many times cameras are audited, whether or not an investigation is triggered with respect to a camera that should have been turned off when it wasn't, or the other way around. And then looking at some of the metrics around savings over time, that would all be included so you could see objectively what's happening with the project.
I would add to that perhaps to address the question that we're also working with partners, the OIPRD, the SIU, Privacy Commissioner, conversations as late as last night, working out details. And we continue to be committed to working with those partners to address their concerns and to adjust the program as necessary. This is a first in Canada, so we are going to be breaking new ground, and I expect that should come with a higher degree of oversight from those bodies, and we're fully alive to that and prepared to engage and work with them.
Thank you. That's the kind of information I was looking for. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Mayor Tory?
Sorry, I was in the washroom when you called on me, and I heard your voice, and I just thought, uh-oh. But anyway, here I am. I just have a couple of questions on this, one of which would relate to a little bit following on what the Vice Chair was just asking about. Can we expect from you, given the last question and the last answer, can we expect from you what I think was very helpful and certainly helped me to decide that I was in favor of this was that in the pilot project report, there is surveying that was done of the public and their reaction to this. There was surveying done among the police officers and their reaction to it. There was some objective information with respect to complaints that didn't get lodged or did get resolved or, whatever. And so I just wondered whether we were going to get that kind of reporting on that kind of surveying that you might do when these are deployed on a broader basis. And then add to that some kind of reporting, again, that Vice Chair Mulliner was getting at with regard to the costs, because in order to measure the cost savings, you have to do a lot more measuring than I think we do now with respect to what I'll call the productivity of a police officer, and the fact that, to use the example the Deputy Coxon used, they don't have to make the notes in their notebook and then go and put that in the computer, and a lot of those steps are taken out, which should mean that an officer could do, and I realize it isn't widget making, but they could do more calls per hour, or they could do, there's more things they could get done in terms of work in the community if they are able to have that productivity. And you have to try to measure that, and even businesses don't as often as they should. And then finally, with respect to reporting, what reporting are we going to see with regard to the discipline? I'll call it the discipline question, which is improper use and these audits and whatnot. I have a second question about the discipline in particular. But so what can we expect, or maybe rather than have you describe it now because you're coming forward with a report on this, I will be looking for those things because when you come to the board with the proposed governance of this, because I think it is a fair requirement we should put on in light of all the discussion about the cost and whether these things have benefits or not.
Sure, I'm going to pass the first part of that question to Superintendent Barsky.
Good afternoon, sir. Mike Barsky here. As it relates to your question in regards to the survey, we've actually just started that dialogue as far as community consultations for surveys, as well as with the officers. Of course, we're starting the deployment in number 23 division, so we'll start there with our input from the community and from the officers that are involved. But we're also heavily engaged with academics such as Dr. Barak Ariel in the UK, who is a world leader in the academia of body-worn technology, for their insights on best practices as well, so that we can better inform ourselves on the reporting type structures that are used worldwide, so that we can better report back to yourselves. As it relates to the issue of cost, certainly we're prepared to report to you in that regard. But we look in a more grandiose format, if I could say that, is that we don't just look at what it does as far as saving the time of an officer. As you well remember, during our pilot, up to 20% of an officer's day was spent dealing with administrative duties. This technology, we insisted upon it having mechanisms in place that would save that. So we know that those things are saved already. Then we look outside of the scope of the TPS and things like civil litigation against officers and those types of things. And we expect that because of our successes, and when I say success, anytime we'd had a complaint during our pilot or during a field test, on every one of those occasions where we've had to go back and look at the officer's video to see if there was a training issue or a discipline issue or anything that needed to be remedied, in every one of those 23 cases, we were able to see that there were no issues in those cases. So even if we were to marginalize what that number would look like, we would expect a cost savings in that regard as well, but would be able to report back to you on that on a regular basis.
Thank you. My second question, Chair, is to do with the, I'll call it discipline or sanctions. I guess, you know, I hear about the 8 hours from the deputy, and 8 hours, I guess, is sort of like a day's pay. And I think of this as a serious enough matter that I don't necessarily view that, notwithstanding it's unusual because it is the first time kind of minimum threshold that we would have. So I guess that's a good start to have a minimum threshold. I don't necessarily view a day's pay as necessarily deterring in a tricky circumstance, somebody from turning the camera off, although it would also get something on their record, which is not good. I guess I'm more concerned about the second offense because and I guess I'm more, again, looking for something you'll bring when you bring your overall governance report, and just tell you that I'd be looking for something very, very tough. If we're going to have these, and they're supposed to be a great aid, which I believe they can be, so that's why I'm going to vote in favor of them. But I think there has to be real accountability in terms of the operation of them, otherwise you defeat the purpose of having them. And when I hear about how tough the regime is, and I know it's true in Canada with respect to the Charter of Rights and privacy and whatnot, and that somebody could literally say, I just want you to turn that off now. And you know, that immediately starts to worry me that everybody's out there making decisions about turning these cameras on or off. And so I will be looking when your report comes, and this is maybe not a question as much as just, can you assure me you'll look at these things at, first of all, some really understandable regime as to what the law requires, because if you can't explain it to us, then you won't be able to explain it to an officer as to when they can turn these cameras on or off, or should. I mean, the obvious circumstances of a sexual assault victim are more obvious, but I mean, there are many less obvious circumstances, including some that you cited. And secondly, I would really want you to have a hard look at what the second infraction brought with it, because to me, if it was 2 days pay, I'd say anybody who does that twice is in a pattern of unacceptable behavior that you know is going against making police more accountable, which is fundamental to us restoring trust. So I just would ask you to look at those two things when you come back with your report, because I'll be asking about them then. Thank you.
Thank you. The work we're doing with our external partners will be pivotal to this. The first offense is based on case law that already exists for not turning your microphone on or turning it off when you shouldn't have. So we'll certainly be working with our external partners to figure out where a second offense would land and how we would determine that, because ultimately it will be tested through judicial review, as will the timeframes that are in the gray regarding when a camera must be turned on or off. So we're going to be the test case, and we'll report back to you on how all that goes. Yeah.
Thanks, Deputy. Board members, any other questions on body-worn cameras? Anyone? Seeing none. Chief, before we go to any vote on any of these items, do you have any comments on the three reports that you'd like to tell us right now before we do any votes?
Yes, yeah, actually I do, Chair. First of all, what I want to say is, you know, I'm grateful for the ongoing support and openness of the board and its members, and I want to thank you, Chair, for your remarks earlier. But I also want to thank each deputant who took the time today to call in. The time really is now for fundamental and systematic change that's rooted in collaboration. And I can tell you that my command team and I are committed to that change and to work with our communities to get it right. So thank you.
Chair Hart,
Mr. Teschner, before we do any vote, do we have any motions that we need to table or put up on the screen? I think you're muted.
I'm aware of one motion that the mayor wanted to bring forward with respect to your report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, did you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, and I think maybe you might want to ask if board members want to speak about the report. I mean, I'm going to make some remarks about the report as a whole, but in particular, I'll move my motion. If you want to put it up on
I will do that after you put your motion up. Yeah.
So I do want to make some comments about the whole day, though, and about the report. You know, look, we're all people who are perceptive and listen carefully, and the frustration and you know, the impatience, if I can call it that, and I don't say that in a critical way, of a lot of the deputants was, of course, palpable today. And I would only say to them that, first of all, I understand, because when you even hear of an example, and I'm not being critical of anybody in particular, but I guess I am in another way, that something I asked about today about moving outside of the police college to do some training was the subject of a 2006 recommendation. And we're going to go back and take a look at that and sort of see if it may be relevant today, which somebody may have decided previously it wasn't, and that's fair enough, but maybe just the fact that that was recommended in 2006, and here we are talking about it again today. And of course, there are many even more serious matters than that I think are in reports that have been put in front of this board or otherwise before and not acted upon. So I get the frustration, but at the same time, I just want to say, and I've said this in public, and you get criticized by some people on social media and elsewhere about it, that this is this document represents, and I think the frustration obscures the fact that it is a very ambitious first set of changes, and that you have to start somewhere. And I thank goodness that we're not going back over the 40 years of reports and saying, let's re-examine all those things again. We are going to look at all those recommendations as a first order of business, and there's a deadline on a lot of that. And I think that, I think that, we have to sort of make sure we get across to the public that we understand the frustration, but we also understand as people in charge of doing things right and doing things properly, that this is the beginning, and it's not the whole program. And that if we tried to do too much too fast, which is sometimes what I think I hear in the, in the articulation of the deputies recognizing their impatience, if you tried to do too much too fast and just said it's going to be done by September the 1st, you run a terrible risk of producing results which would leave everybody unhappy. The people who are already unhappy and a whole bunch of other people that, or some of the people that are unhappy would be even more unhappy. There are huge issues to be addressed, and there are issues that have been allowed, I would concede, including time on my watch, but going back way before that, that have been allowed to remain unaddressed. But if you look at significant first steps with reporting back too, that's the other thing. I was asked by a journalist last week about dates, and I said, I went and looked, and there's a lot of immediate recommendations that say October of 2020, which is very soon. There are a number of others, including some of the city council mandates that have reports back on very complex matters, like please report back on an alternative method of doing community safety, including mental health and so on, by January. Well, that's a gigantic subject. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but at the same time, you also don't want somebody just to cut and paste a couple of old articles that were written, or tell you that they did it well in such and such a place, because this is Toronto. Our needs are different. You want it to be done carefully and in up to the minute in terms of the latest and best. So, and all of these report back requirements contain within them, quite properly so, extensive requirements for consultation with the community, because that was a point that was made by the deputies today, with which I completely agree, which is that you have to make sure these things are sort of from, by, and of the community, and you can't do that to the point where it takes 3 years to do it, but certainly we have to take the time to do that. So I will just address, so I am just, I guess, saying that I am very committed to this personally. I'm one member of the board, but I'm also the mayor, and so I'm also on the city council, as are two of our colleagues here. And I am committed to seeing this through, in a substantive way, to seeing it through as quickly as possible, but also done properly. Because I think people would not be commending us. Nobody would if we did things in a way that was careless or that was hasty. I just want to address briefly two controversial matters, one of which we've talked a little bit about in the last few minutes. One is the body-worn cameras. I really do think it is going to be important. I mean, I hadn't heard as much, frankly, in the run-up to this about the whole pay-for-itself argument. And I actually think a lot of what's said in the context of the pay-for-itself argument makes sense. But we're going to have to measure it in some way or other, and we're going to have to report to people on that, because I think there will be a lingering debate going on about the fact that this is, $5 million more per year. I happen to think it's going to be a valuable investment within the context of accountability, but I think that'll be an open and shut case if you add to that the fact that it really does pay for itself in terms of more efficient carrying out of the duties of police officers and complaint processes that are shortened up and all this kind of thing. But you got to measure it. You got to actually report on it, as opposed to saying, just trust us. That's what's going on here. Secondly, I believe that that we do have to take a hard look at making sure that people understand the consequences of misusing this equipment are severe. Otherwise, the credibility of the whole thing will, given that it's off to a bit of a shaky start with some elements of the public. And I should note, by the way, that if you take existing public opinion research on this, and I can't assume that every public opinion researcher that's reported on this is in cahoots with the police or the people who make body-worn cameras, it shows not 50%, not 60, not 70, not 80, but 90% plus support for this from the public. And that's not a deciding factor, but it certainly is something we have to take into account, that the public believe this will enhance police accountability and will be a good thing for everybody concerned, including them. But I just think we have to make sure that we hold ourselves to account, all of us, and produce the kind of evidence that our pilot projects produced because we measured it, which allowed us to be able to say, I think, had we not done that measurement and had that evidence in front of us, I suspect I, for one, would have been very skeptical about all this, but I would have said, gee, I'm not sure if it really works or not. The second and final point I want to make is just with regard to something else that really isn't dealt with, although it is. I had to sort of explain to journalists this week, and if you look, there are 3 or 4 places in which there is specific reference to the budget. And I don't mean the transparency of the budget, where I would hope again on this theory that we are making ambitious change here, one element of which was actually implemented today with the posting on the website today, weeks after this was passed, of the line-by-line budget of the police service. And better late than never, but the bottom line is it has been done. And I would just say that on the budget itself, though, there is this suggestion that we have not addressed the notion of trying to see funds reallocated from the police budget to elsewhere. And that is actually not true. First of all, there are specific recommendations, and I used to have them in my head, in each of the sections of the report about ways in which we will detask, to use the expression Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson used. And once we have decided where mental health calls will go, for example, then you are in a position to say, okay, the funding that is going to go to the new unit comes from the police budget and gets transferred over because the police no longer make those calls or answer those calls. And so I'm still confident that is the right way to go about this. That was endorsed by a majority of the City Council. And certainly for my part, I fully expect that done properly again, in a kind of a methodical, sensible, rational, accountable, step-by-step way, there will result reductions in the police budget over time, and those funds will largely be transferred to other places where they can be invested in a better way to deal with mental health cases or in social service supports that can better deal with some of the problems that the police are called upon to deal with today. And so I just want to say to those who are out there, and I realize those who made a deputation in this matter of what they call the defunding, I think they've made up their minds as to what the right way is to go about this, and that's fine. Everybody is entitled to have their opinion, but I think the majority of opinion of the City Council, and I won't speak for the board, is that we should go about achieving the same objective, which is better policing, better ways to do policing, and then when you find the better ways, you transfer the funding from the police to some other entity or group or body that will do it, but you do it in that order, because we run the risk, and I will conclude on this comment, of doing what we did with mental health in terms of how we looked after people 25 years ago, 30 years ago, which is that we said we really have to close down all those big institutions in which we warehouse people with mental health issues. And so we did. But it was done on the promise that there would be in place when they were closed an alternate community-based setting for people to receive mental health care and care for their mental illness. And that's still not there 25, 30 years later. And I think we run the risk if we just take the money away from the police. The only people, frankly, I think right now who will answer a call at 3 o'clock in the morning on a mental health person in distress call, and we just take it away, thereby saying, well, effectively, I guess we don't expect you to answer those calls anymore or something like that, and then don't have the mechanism in place to which to transfer those funds so that these calls can be more sensitively and better handled and funded out of money that otherwise would have been with the police. So I still think that's the right way to go. You take some slings and arrows for that, but if you think it's the right thing to do, then you can't ever go wrong doing the right thing. The final thing I want to say is just thank you to all the committees, the 2 committees, to the police service staff, to the members of the police service, to the chair and the board office for pulling this report together. It's a huge piece of work done in about, 6 or 7 weeks. And it's very extensive, notwithstanding those who say it's not, worth the paper it's written on. It is an extensive first step in an ambitious set of reforms. And now the job for us is to implement them, which I think we can start to do today. In fact, we already have with some of these measures like the budget. So I thank you. I'm sorry to be long about that, but I think it's a big report and it's a very, very important report. And I do have this motion, which you can put up at the appropriate time, which in a nutshell really just deals with the question of saying, please, let's look at making sure that in as many calls as possible for now, while we're on this kind of interim arrangement, that the MCIT, Mobile Crisis Intervention Teams, are the first responders wherever they possibly can be and wherever it is possibly appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll put up your motion shortly. Board members, anyone else wish to speak? Councilman Ziada? Sorry, I saw Councilman Ziada first, then Vice Chair Molinar.
Chairman, are we speaking on the body worn cameras now
We're speaking on all 3 reports.
Oh, okay. So, yes, I do echo comments that the mayor made, and I will be supporting the reports we have before us. and as well as the report for the body-worn camera. And I'd like to thank the deputants that came today. You know, I know it's been very frustrating for some of the deputants, but I believe that the board, all of us, we were here, we listened, and that we do care. Just to speak briefly on the body-worn cameras, in my opinion, are a powerful accountability tool that can help rebuild and maintain public confidence in the Toronto Police Service. They are paramount to improving transparency in interactions between our officers and our community. They also provide several benefits to the service, including real-time monitoring of video and audio, and they enable new support models for frontline officers, which were not previously possible. Now, I know that there's been a number of public consultation meetings, and I know quite a few constituents in my ward did attend those consultation meetings, and they're 100% in support of the cameras. They are also cost savings that come with streamlining the ability to store, redact, and disclose evidence from a single source, which will ultimately allow the service to use limited funding sources for other means. I have heard concerns from residents about officers turning off their camera, but I'm confident that the program we are putting forward places the appropriate measures to ensure there are repercussions for officers who do so. And I believe that to make effective changes to policing in our communities, we need to take decisive steps to improve accountability. The widespread rollout of body-worn cameras across the Toronto Police Service is a positive step forward, improving the relationship between the service, the public, and as well as the effectiveness of policing in our city. So I will be supporting the recommendation that we have before us tonight. And the questions that were asked from the board members and the staff that answer those questions as far as officers shutting off the cameras, and that you know, there is accountability there, and so I'm very much in support of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I've had to do some real soul searching on the body-worn cameras issue, because I never thought that in my lifetime I would see what we have all seen, which is officers murdering Black men on camera. And when I joined the board 8 years ago, body-worn cameras were proposed as an accountability tool. So I now know that bad things can happen and have happened and may continue to happen. So today what I learned, and this is the only reason I'm able to support this motion for body-worn cameras, is that it is seen as a tool, not the tool, and that it is the crux of what will become a way to transform the way police officers are doing their work, to make their work, to streamline their work effectively, and to do so in a way that will provide, if properly used, additional accountability. I'm putting a lot of stock in the commitment that I've heard to do the math and tell us that the investment that we are making, which is significant, and I do agree with many of the deputants that this money could be used, as I'm sure we'd all agree, towards community social services in a way that would be valuable. So I am really putting a lot of stock that we will see the math brought back to this board as part of the governance and accountability as the cameras are the body-worn camera program is implemented. And I'm hoping that the ability to leverage that the time that is liberated by officers who no longer have to do things manually, and I know that can be a very significant asset, is really proves to provide additional boost to morale, and that those efficiencies are applied in ways that make police officers really focus on doing the work that they really should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board members, anyone else like to speak on these items? I just have a couple of comments myself before we put the motions up. I have a motion as well that I would like to have presented to you. Yes, we heard today a lot from the service. We heard a lot from the public, and one of the things we heard from the public around body-worn cameras was simply, why don't you take that money and put it somewhere else? But we heard from the service, and we've heard from lots of the public elsewhere, that this is a real public accountability tool, which I fully support. But more than that, we heard today that these devices will not cost money. They ultimately will save money through efficiencies. I think the public is looking to us to be more efficient. The public is looking to us to save money and redistribute that money elsewhere or do things differently. And these devices do just that. So I think that resonated with me loudly. I hope it resonated with the public loudly. And I fully support all three of these reports. And I think the body-worn cameras are not only going to help our officers, but they're going to help the public, and they're going to save money, not cost money. So I fully support all three reports. Mr. Teschner, can you put up the motions so that members can take a look at the motions, first Mayor Tory's and then mine, if you would?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try and load up Mayor Tory's motion, which is with respect to your report. We're just trying to pull it up on the screen.
And members, while we're doing this, can I ask members if you want to vote on these three items together? Can I ask that question now, or if you want a separate vote on each item? If anyone wants a separate vote, please say so now. Otherwise, we'll vote on them together.
I would like to support on it together.
Okay. Hearing nothing to the contrary, we'll do them all together. Okay. Can everyone see the motion before you? I'm missing the bottom corner of it because on my screen I see Doobie's face there. It blocks a few of the words. I don't know if everybody has that experience or not. Can everybody read it? If someone cannot, please say so. Everybody has that?
Yes.
Okay. Ryan, can you put up my motion as well, please? Everybody take time to read it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll just point out your motion is with respect to the service's body-worn camera report.
That's correct. Is everyone able to read that?
Eric, can I just
yes.
have the mover?
This is a very important motion, and I would recommend, especially for those who are not able to see this as clearly, and because some people may just not be able to see it because they may be visually impaired, that it be read out loud. It's short enough.
Okay, I will read it. So, that the board receive the correspondence dated July 27th, 2020 from the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, offering to provide advice to the board on the development of its body-worn camera policy. That's one. Two, direct the executive director in developing the board's body-worn camera policy to be brought before the board for approval at its October the 22nd meeting to consult with the IPC and other stakeholders and experts on measures that can be included in the policy to ensure that the development of the use of body-worn cameras, in addition to increasing the accountability of service members, does not result in undue breaches of privacy. And finally, three, direct the Chief of Police to ensure that body-worn cameras are not deployed and used by service members until the board has approved the body-worn camera policy and the relevant service procedures have been developed and or amended to ensure consistency with board policy.
Chair, can I ask a question of you as the mover?
Yes.
Just because I think it's good to have it on the record. I'm assuming that your motion is not meant in any way to slow down all of the process with deployment in terms of the purchase and the this and the that, all the stuff that has to be done, but rather just say no camera is going to go in anybody's uniform until such time as that policy that is referred to here is in place, but everything else can proceed ahead so that we don't get, a 9-month bog down because the private.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. I thought that was
we have confirmed that this will not slow down deployment whatsoever. It will just ensure that deployment goes effectively.
Thank you.
Okay. Has everybody seen both sets of motions?
Sir, this is the Chief Information Officer.
Yep.
this directive would slow down the deployment. Deployment is set to initiate before October 22nd, and the deployment is all keyed off of the start of the rollout on officers.
My question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Teschner, can you comment on that, Mr. Teschner? Because I was under the understanding that we won't be slowing down anything. We'll still get it all done by year end.
No.
Yeah, that was certainly our understanding as well in bringing the policy forward on October the 22nd. Of course, we will liaise with the service as we develop our policies so that it doesn't slow down the development and ongoing development of their procedures. So I guess it depends on what we mean by deployment. Certainly, if the idea is to have this policy and governance infrastructure in place before full deployment to the service, then my understanding is that that would not be slowed down by this motion.
So I think perhaps, and this is Deputy Coxon, I think perhaps it's the wording and maybe that needs to be tweaked. The proposal was to start deployment on Monday in 23 Division in Rexdale. The amount of time it takes us to train and to get the cameras out are such that that would mean that we would have full deployment to frontline officers by the end of August next year. And that's us training both all day and all evening to get there. So if we could reword it so that the deployment could begin, and of course the procedures can be updated and reviewed and renewed, and we'll continue to get input certainly as we begin this process. I think that just tweaking the wording would perhaps facilitate that.
Okay, thanks for that, Deputy, because it's my understanding that this would not slow down anything. So we'll make that tweak right now. Ryan, can you or staff make that adjustment somehow?
Yeah.
Technologically, can we make it now, Ryan, or do we have to kind of state it and make it after the fact? Can you make those adjustments?
So what adjustments are you going to be making? What are you going to delete?
Deputy Coxon, can you repeat the wording you would like to put in there, please, that won't slow down deployment? Make it easier for Ryan and staff to make the adjustment.
It's the third piece where it says direct the Chief of Police to ensure that body-worn cameras are not deployed and used by service members. It's very broad, so if we could just clarify that are not fully deployed or not deployed to all frontline members until, then that would at least allow us to begin the process.
Okay, so we've just changed the word deployed fully to frontline members. That will get all the policies and procedures in place, and you can start deployment immediately, but we'll have this policy in place before you're finished. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Board members, are we okay with that change in wording?
Yes. Okay.
So we're going to take all three reports to a vote now.
Can we have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I was gonna. That's a great suggestion, Councillor. So recorded vote. Start with Mayor Tory.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
Vice Chair Molinar.
In favor.
Mr. Morgan.
In favor.
Councillor Ford.
In favor.
Ms. Kostakis.
In favor.
And myself in favor. That item, all three items are adopted unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who put so much work into these reports. It was a ton of work for board staff, a ton of work for the service, and I think we're very fortunate as a board to have the board staff that we have, and we're very fortunate to have a chief in place and a command that's going to deliver on a lot of items in a very short period of time. So I want to thank everyone. Terrific work by everybody. Can I have somebody move adjournment?
I move adjournment.
Ms. Kostakis, for your first meeting, you can move adjournment. Seconded by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Any opposed? Not hearing any opposed. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was a great meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Well chaired.